out to Indivisible Chicago, because all these people with the yellow vests and the marshals are the ones that are keeping us safe today. All right, now listen up. This is really important. We want everyone to march, and we want everyone to stay safe. So I want to ask you all to please exit the park over there where the steeple is, where the porta potties are. Look that way, which is to the south, and you will see marshals leading you to the front of the march. So please follow the marshals who will direct you. There are some barriers back here, so we want people to go out that way. So I'm just going to say it again.
Y'all, I got the best job, y'all. I got the best job because I'm out here repping the 17 million Planned Parenthood supporters all across the country. Y'all, I'm out here repping the thousands of doctors, nurses, clinicians that show up every single day providing birth control, STI screenings, cancer screenings, and you're right, abortion care. Y'all, and we're going to be doing it today, the next day, and the next day after, because there's no law, no judge, no politician that's going to stop us from getting people to care no matter what. So good people, let me tell you why we're here today. We are here because a handful of people have weaponized the very structures of our democracy. We are here because these folks are trying to kick us out of the Constitution and take away a constitutional right we've had for the last 50 years. We are here to show them that we are the majority, y'all. Look around. You're the majority. And we're here this weekend with a clear message to anyone that wants control of our bodies. Keep your bands off our bodies, y'all. Okay, we're going to get this party started with an awesome performance from Toshi Regan. They're coming to us from New York and D.C. We got Toshi Regan and Big Lovely on the stage, y'all.
I want to see if I can get y'all to sing with me. Can I get y'all to repeat what I say? Hey, hey, hey.
Which is trying to undo Roe.
Tenemos derechos constitucionales, pero la Constitución no se puede defender sola.
And work with local indigenous communities to learn what can be further done. While the land acknowledgement is an essential starting point, there is much work ahead as we come to terms with the legacies and trauma of indigenous dispossession. Thank you. Thank you so much, Maddie. I would now like to introduce
claiming that the government was interested in protecting the second life in the woman's body because there's no way of knowing whether or not that is a second life to begin with and at what point it becomes a second life. And it is true to this day, it is an objective fact that unless you're religious, unless you say God says it's a life, then there's no way, there's absolutely no way to prove scientifically that life begins at conception. So that life begins at conception. So there's no scientific, philosophical, psychological proof. The only justification is through religious means, and we live in a country that claims to be separate from church. You know, the separation of church and state.
At a minimum, that's a story that you would have follow-up questions.
Integrated. Want to buy the data banana? Want banana?
Guys,
How's it going?
Hello, man. Hey, is that a mega hat?
Yeah. I lived for years with cysts. a few years after I had my womb renovated, we found out I was dying with an AIDS diagnosis. The lack of providers understanding the intersections of my gender and sexuality did not help us detect HIV soon enough. I receive better health care from my providers now, but it's still subpar to what I need. Non-binary and trans folks like me, people of color, and people with disabilities, we are extra in need of sexual health and reproductive liberty. We are left intentionally out of the conversation as if we do not exist. I know I am a unicorn alien, but I am real. What we need is people-centered care. It is my body and my choice for all choices. Listen, y'all, I want to hear you say that. I want you to raise your voice. When I say my body, I want you to scream my choice. We're going to do it 3 times. My body. My body. My body. Now is the time to take the lead of people with lived experience. Harm reduction reminds us that everyone is a unique individual. Ask what our needs are in a respectful and dignified way. Uplift and center leaders with the most marginalized lived experience. For example, people of color, trans and non-binary people, and people with disabilities. Be our accomplices out there and disrupt the harm that you're seeing. Our relationships are power. Start with the closest people you care about and call in, lean in to learning, discomfort, and action. The Reproductive Liberty Amendment directly impacts our work in Vermont to uplift LGBTQ+ people out of stigma and sickness and into liberation. This impacts all of our lives. Reproductive liberty affects us all. It's not just a woman's issue. This is about vasectomies. This is about all of our bodies. This amendment would be a good move for Vermont, and we lead the nation in good. But good is mediocre. Great is what we need, and I see that greatness potential in Vermont. Let us not stop until Black and brown women, femmes, and trans people can live in liberation. Let us celebrate these small changes and keep stepping into freedom. Let us bring the visibility of love and togetherness into the streets. Let us be the change we want to see in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Kel. And now I would like to invite on stage Hannah Brislin. Hannah is the Northern Vermont organizer with Planned Parenthood Vermont Action Fund. Take it away, Hannah.
Hey, y'all. All right. I'm echoing here. It's time to get cathartic. We're going to continue with the chanting. We're all angry. This anger is just. Let's get it out of our systems. Let's express it. Let's do it together. Let's be collective about it. All right. So the chant is, when bigots attack, we fight back. 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 All right, thank you all. I organize in Addison County, Chittenden County, Franklin County, and Grand Isle. Hit me up if you want to get involved. Thank you all for being here.
Excellent. Thank you, Hannah.
And say, I got you. I want you to turn to your neighbor on the right and say, we got this. I want you to turn to the front and I'm going to say, my body, my body, my body.
Alrighty. Now I got a question for y'all. Are y'all here today because you're ready to fight back? No, I know I'm with y'all. I'm mad as hell. But I'm here today because I believe in people power. Do y'all believe in people power? All right, now repeat after me. When I say, come on, join the fight, you're going to say abortion is a human right. You ready? Come on, and join the fight.
Abortion is a human right.
Come on, and join the fight.
Abortion is a human right.
Come on, and join the fight. Woo! You're ready? Okay, now one more housekeeping thing. If there are folks that need ADA accessible seating, we have some seating right here to the right of the stage. And
let's get this started. 14 years ago, I had the honor of meeting this young woman while we were fighting for our rights in the presidential primary campaign. Dr. Nicole Prescott is a passionate and research-driven leader, educator, and longtime advocate for educational equity and Indigenous and women's rights. She is a citizen of the federally recognized Miami tribe of Oklahoma. Please join us in welcoming Dr. Nicole Prescott for our land acknowledgement.
I love you too. Aya cheke ewe makeke. Neweka wenswiane myamya tawenge. Nicole akala shema tawenge. Nila myamikwia. Hello all my relatives. My myamya name is Neweta, which means she speaks. Nicole is my English name. I am a proud Miami woman, a citizen of the Miami Nation of Oklahoma. It is an honor to be with you all here today, fighting for our rights, fighting for reproductive justice. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge that we are located on the indigenous lands of Turtle Island, the ancestral name for what is now called North America. I'd like for you to join me in honoring the traditional stewards of this land upon which we now stand. The Alabama Cushada, the Caddo, the Carrizo, Come Crudo, Huawitecan, Comanche, Kickapoo, Lipan Apache, Tonkawa, and Isleta del Sur Pueblo, and all the indigenous peoples who have been or have become a part of these lands. We must not forget we are on native land. We must not forget that this is not the first time women's bodies have been a site of contestation and control by state actors. We must not forget that we have fought this fight before. Women have always fought to gain and maintain sovereignty over our own bodies. Native women know this struggle all too well. Historically, reproductive rights have been denied to Native American women, from rape as a means of colonial domination and warfare, to the coerced and forced sterilization of Native women in the 60s, 70s, and into the 1990s. An estimated 3,400 indigenous women in the U.S. were either forced, coerced, or were unknowingly sterilized as part of the federal government's quote-unquote family planning services. And we must not forget the thousands of missing and murdered Indigenous women whose plights are left unsolved and unexplored. Indigenous women suffer from the highest rates of rape and sexual assault. We are more than twice as likely than white women to die from conditions caused or exacerbated by pregnancy, no matter the means of that pregnancy. In cities, we are 4.5 times more likely to die. The U.S. ranks worst out of all the developed nations on maternal mortality, an indicator of a society's overall health. That says a great deal, doesn't it? The situation is dire. Many Native women access health care through the Indian Health Service, a provision enshrined in treaties in exchange for our seized lands. On the heels of Roe v. Wade, Congress passed the Hyde Amendment, which restricted federal funds from being used to terminate a pregnancy. Since the Indian Health Service is federally funded, this disproportionately affected Native women. And since poverty rates are high in Native communities, private medical care is often not an option. As a result of these and other restrictive policies, coupled with intergenerational poverty, the infant mortality rates in Native communities are twice that of non-Hispanic white communities. Reversing Roe v. Wade will undoubtedly make this bad situation worse. Mothers are dying. Children are dying. And they say that this is about ensuring life. Right. Not forget, and we must not yield. We must not forfeit the sovereign right to control our own bodies. Native women, all women, must be assured equal access to reproductive care and services, and the ability to make decisions about when or whether we decide to reproduce. We will not forget. And now we fight. I see my wife and my kids in the crowd here in the front. To my daughters, we fight for you. I show my respect to all in solidarity. Thank you.
And the aftermath. When I was a student and needed resources for cancer screenings and subsequent removal, treatment, and counseling, each time it came back, Planned Parenthood was right there behind me. No matter what someone's reason for needing or wanting to do anything that impacts their life, that is their business and their choice. I was able to make the choice when I was ready and I was capable of having children. I was able to raise a valedictorian and the other one on track to be there as well. I was able to make the choice to wait until I could be the best parent to two amazingly outstanding young men and be the woman that I can be proud of. All people deserve access to abortion care, medical services, emotional services, and every fundamental need when they need it in the community they live and trust. It's not just about you, or you. Everyone has a story. Everyone knows someone. Yeah. We have to make sure that we are each other's keepers and everything will be okay.
Abortion is health care. When do we want it? Now! When do we want it? Now! Thank you. I also want to recognize Senator Paul Pinsky, who's joined us today. Thank you so much for coming out. I was hoping that was somebody whistling and not reverb. Our next speaker I've had the privilege of knowing for, well, a while. Again, not going to tell you how long, but she has been an advocate in this space. She has been a voice. She has been a powerful voice in this movement, in this space. And it is my extreme pleasure to introduce to everybody today the Executive Director of Planned Parenthood Maryland, Karen Nelson. Karen? Good afternoon, Baltimore. Thank you, storytellers. Thank you for your brave willingness to talk about what happens every single day in our medical offices, every single day across the country. Love you for sharing your story, and love you for continuing to being a patient and then partnering and trying to pass it on. Thank you. Before I get started, I got one thing to say. Abortion is still legal. And as of today, it is your constitutional right. And our doors are open. Abortion providers across the state of Maryland and across the country are still open here for services, here to help you. But last week's leak scares the daylights out of us. It is our deepest fears. They're coming true. We are at a crisis moment, and there is no doubt about it. This outcome is dangerous. It is downright dangerous. And this threat to abortion care across the country, it's not hypothetical, it's not a drill, it is happening. We see it today in Texas. Right. And today, abortion providers in the state of Maryland are seeing those Texans who can afford and who know how to travel and who can use the logistical support to get to Maryland. It is happening. It is not a drill. We knew here in Maryland that we had to be prepared for this day. Didn't know it was happening today, but we knew we had to be prepared. And the Maryland General Assembly passed the Abortion Care Access Act this year to help prevent harm extending even further. We knew we had an access issue here alone in Maryland, but not to mention what kind of access issue would we hear when we got people coming into our state when it gets outlawed in their own states. So we knew we had to be ready, pass the Abortion Care Access Act. It's going to ensure that we have additional providers, provides $3.5 million a year to train providers, so important for people coming into the state and for providers here in our own state. And one of the, maybe the most important part about this is that it provides equity in healthcare. It treats abortion care coverage like any other health care coverage in insurance and for Medicaid, which is so important for people who are trying to access care. So, you know, between having all of the support that you all are giving, between our abortion providers who are on the ground every single day, we're going to get that care to you. And we're going to continue to be here for people who need to cross into the state of Maryland, where they are not going to be able to get it in their own states. This Supreme Court thing, 36 million women, 36 people who can be pregnant are at risk. That's half of the people in this country of reproductive health age. So we got a serious crisis across this country. We're going to be here in Maryland for everyone. You, only you, should make decisions about your own personal health care. We've heard it. We've heard it right now. No politics. politician, no government, no Supreme Court is going to tell us what we can do. So Planned Parenthood stores are open. Abortion care is happening in this state. Thank you for making it happen. Thank you for continuing to make it happen. And appreciate everybody for being here today.
We will not stop until the politicians on our side start acting like they're on our side. And we will not stop until the politicians who claim to fight for women actually fight for us. And until justice protects us from attacks on our bodies, until everyone who wants an abortion has the right to get one. So I will see you in the streets across America this summer continuing to fight. And then I will see you again in Houston in August, where 10,000 women and allies will gather for the 2022 Women's Convention, the larger gender justice convention in decades. That's right, you heard it here first. And if you remember, yes, big ups, because we need every single opportunity, every single one to push back. And if you remember only one thing that I've said, remember this. The fight for abortion is a fight for our rights. It's a fight for what's right, and it's a fight we will win. We will win. We will win. We will win. Thank you so much for having me, and until then, I'll see you in these streets.
Hey, give it up for Rachel Carmona, y'all. We will win. Yes. Well, I know I am excited and hope to see all of y'all in Houston with us as we keep this fight going. But wait a minute. Do I hear some go-go music playing? Do I hear some go-go? Because next up, we have DC.
Right here. We gon' be right here. We ain't going nowhere. Welcome to DC. DC, the home of Chuck Brown.
Vermont in the Northeast Kingdom. So if you want to get involved and have some fun, let me know.
Yeah, that was great, Said. Thank you. Thank you all so much for coming. I would like to take this moment to let you all know how you can help pass the Reproductive Liberty Amendment in Vermont. The amendment will protect our reproductive rights here long term by enshrining these protections in our state constitution. Let's get it done and send a strong message that Vermont believes in protective reproductive rights for all. So, if you are able to donate anything that you can to the Reproductive Liberty Amendment campaign, there are posters here on the lawn with a QR code that will enable you to donate directly to the campaign. $5, $10, $20 will go a long way in reaching our goal to protect reproductive rights in Vermont for a long term. So thank you so much for your support. Now, I would like to introduce Reverend Joan Javier Duval. Reverend Joan is a Unitarian Universalist minister and a strong supporter of reproductive rights. Please give a warm welcome to Reverend Joan.
And I want to do a quote from the great Tupac Amaru Shakur. No man has the right to tell a woman when and where to create a baby. So I ask you to continue the fight, to continue to stand. We're in the 2022, the year of our Lord, and I'm going to tell you like this here. There are safer ways to do things. There are safer ways to have an abortion now. No one should have to sit here and have a vote. No man should be telling us that when you are going through something at the age of 12 and you're being raped by a relative, or you are being gang raped by someone. As a matter of fact, you are unable and physically, financial to do anything with yourself. and you trying to make a decision in your life of what to do. Are you having health problems? And as black women, the mortality rate for women of color is at an all-time high. And when we look at all of it before the Roe versus Wade, it goes back to slavery. So we're not saying that genocide doesn't start at police brutality. All we saying is that we were the experiment that started abortion. So I say thank y'all so much to continue this fight with us. So we know how it feels to have your rights taken away from you. So thank y'all so much for being here. Clap it up for yourself. So I just want to let y'all know we have water. There are porta potties in the back. And so again, welcome. And today, y'all know this is a rally for Bands Off Our Bodies, and we're about to have our first speaker. I don't know if they're here. Is our first speaker here? All right. So up next, we're going to have Quadraline Jackson. Can you please come up?
Find us. No, the only people that we can count on are each other. Can we count on all of you? Abortion was already extremely difficult to access in Texas. Our clients, most who are black and brown women, parents, and low-income earners, are forced to undergo mandatory ultrasounds, a 24-hour waiting period, bias, state-mandated counseling, and they can't use their private or state insurance to pay for it. Since the 6-week ban decimated abortion access across our state, our clients have been hurting now more than ever. We've been covering most people's procedures in full so that they don't have to cancel or reschedule, which can often push access further and further away. Most of our clients have no choice but to go out of state. Each month, over 1,000 Texans travel to another state to have a perfectly safe procedure that could be performed locally to them. The folks that don't have the privilege of traveling out of state, many who are parents, young people, poor people, black people, disabled people, trans and non-binary people, they have no choice but to continue pregnancies they weren't ready for, didn't consent to, or aren't safe for them to continue. Contrary to some well-intended but harmful messaging, abortion bans, especially abortion bans like this, do stop people from getting abortions! They stop the people who need them the most! Is that okay? Fuck no! But you know what? Here in Texas, we've been living in a post-war world for a long fucking time. And we have an entire coalition of abortion funds, practical support organizations, and providers who are here to help you get the resources that you need. We have been bullied, intimidated, threatened out of doing our work, but we will always be here to support you. You deserve the dignity to make your decision however many times you need. 1 abortion, 2 abortions, 3 abortions, however many. You can always count on abortion funds. Thank you. If you've had an abortion, I fucking love you. Let's give it up one more time for that last speaker! One more time, come on and join the fight. Abortion is a human right. Come on and join the fight. Abortion is a human right. Yeah, awesome. Now I'm honored to introduce our next team of speakers. be in the Texas legislature. Representative Donna Howard is the chair of the Women's Health Caucus. And we have Carol Alvarado, who's the chair of the Senate Democratic Committee. Let's welcome them on stage.
Good morning. Good morning, Texas. Today is May the 14th, 2022. If you feel like you just walked onto the set of The Handmaid's Tale, well, you're right. But see, these Texas women, we've been in this fight for a long time. In case you didn't know, Texas women are tough. You think about Ann Richard, Barbara Jordan, Wendy Davis, Leticia Van de Putte, and these women up here. So let's talk about what's been going on in Texas. You see, after Roe v. Wade was into law, shortly after that in 1977, Texas passed a law allowing hospitals to refuse to perform abortions. Then in 1999, Texas passed a law requiring parents of women under the age of 18 to be notified. Fast forward, 2003, Texas mandated a 24-hour waiting period. You know how long gun advocates like Moms Demand Action and others, and many of us have been asking for a 24-hour period for someone to buy a gun? But we have a 24-hour waiting period if you want an abortion, and you have to sit and read a brochure that's very misleading. What they're telling us is that women aren't smart enough to make their own decision. You have to sit, wait 24 hours and read a brochure. But guess what? We're going to show them how smart we are in November. And then in 2005, the started fueling millions of dollars into crisis pregnancy centers who really don't even provide actual health care. And then in 2005, the state mandated parental consent for those under 18. And then in 2011, there was a sonogram law. Yours truly, I just happened to have a vaginal probe on the Texas floor with me, and I went toe-to-toe with Sid Miller. And then recently, the governor, during the pandemic, used the pandemic to say that abortion services were unnecessary procedures. So you see, this has been building up. And then, oh wait, it gets better. And then the mother of all bills, el más chingón de todos, Senate Bill 8 comes along, where you ban abortion when women don't even know that they're pregnant, and then you allow bounty hunters to go after people who are helping women get an abortion. Bounty hunters. So for the first time in modern history, in America, you're going to have a population, half of a population that has less rights than the other half. We're not going to stand for it. We're not going to take it. And let's just put it simple like this. Whether you are for abortion or not, my God, at least stand for the fact that women should control and own their own bodies. Constitutional right to bodily autonomy is being stripped away with every strike of the gavel in legislative bodies across the nation. They're taking what we did in Texas and spreading it around like a virus. Now look, we cannot turn our backs. Even if pregnancy abortion never crosses your path, we cannot let up. It was Martin Niemöller that said, it goes something like this. First, they came for the trade unionists. I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I didn't speak out because I wasn't a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. We cannot give up. We cannot stop. We deserve choices. Say it with me. My body, my choice. My body, my choice. My body, my choice. Thank you. Let's give it up for State Representative Donna Howard.
I want to thank all of you. And her cash-strapped mom will lose it for a minute, and then she'll turn on a dime to find a place in Kansas, and she'll drive them both to Kansas, only to be turned away for improper paperwork. She'll drive home, tick-tock, fix her last name on a document, tick-tock, and she'll drive them both back to Kansas, to the clinic where protesters roil in Kansas, where the girl will be asked to look at the shape in the ultrasound in Kansas. Her body, her story, her rights. And there's a mother of two driving now to the hospital after being turned away for an abortion, whose hypertension has worsened, whose baby, when he comes, is tiny and sick, whose second grader hasn't started reading yet, who has quit her job at Casey's, who is trying to keep peanut butter in the house, who still wants to be a teacher. Her story, her body, her rights. What I can't get out of my mind is a dam, call it an electric dam, rising high above still water, a monster of a dam, erected to power fictions and might and memes, erected to subdue and control its neighbors, to flood the native lands and reservations, to dry out our rural places. The dam has blocked our stories and made their electricity at the cost of habitats and lives diverse and small. It has powered the builders' confused, sick fictions that the electable minority buy. Our parents buy it. Our churches buy it. The fearful and greedy fictions. And here's what we've gotten with that costly purchase. Lack of affordable housing, lack of affordable child care, lack of access to education and health care, and lack of access to abortion. What we call dignity, they call criminality. We are made to sneak and shrink. We are made to hide. We struggle to survive. We try and fail to thrive. We do not tell our stories. We do not help our neighbors. Do not call by name the rights we require. And so our kinetic power is made potential. Our anemic defenses don't galvanize. But at the heart of our nation lie many rivers. They cannot all be dammed. Most Americans believe abortion should be legal. Abortion is health care. Abortion is a right. Abortion is not a word to whisper. It is a right to claim. For too long, the shame and the hiding have kept us quiet. For too long, our quiet has damaged our chances to voice our demands and stand united. Friends, in the swirl of their electricity, here is our electricity. 26 states will limit or ban access to abortion. There may be no abortion access between Illinois and Colorado. We face criminalization, forced births, the inability to get the care we want and need. The infelicity of the right has steadily led us to here where we cannot fail to claim our bodies, our stories, our rights. My body, my story, my rights. We are people seeking justice. People who recognize the barriers are the steepest for those of us who are already oppressed, who are already poor, who are already vulnerable, who are already alone. Listen, we are not alone. You making the difficult choice, you are not alone. This is not a poem about casting stones, but about throwing rocks, our stories as rocks, our time-forged, bone-hard pieces of cold reality at the structures that have kept us small. Say we were to cast our stories in a hailstorm together at the old arguments, the single narrative they've locked us in. Say we tear down their dams with our words. Say we are not the destroyers, we are the creators of the way forward. And we have always been the creators. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that no man has my uterus. That our endowments allow us rights to create life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, we have a sisterhood of women and allies who will alter and abolish the powers that affect their safety and our happiness. That the state should not be able to compel a person to carry a pregnancy to term. That there are no boundaries more sacred than the boundaries of my body. That we are the daughters of this next great American revolution, sorting out what we are assured in our Constitution. How can I say something that is both hopeful and true in this moment when things seem bleak? The hope is who's beside you. Who has your back, who is at your shoulder now. The hope is in the stories we tell and in our listening, in our compassion, in our mission, our decisions, and our freedom. Who will say the powerful words with you and listen? Who will hold you up with love in this great act of resistance? We will. Last week, my daughter, 16 and so alive, marched around Springfield Square with a pride flag in her hair. My body is not your political playground, read her sign. How beloved is her body. How I have loved her body with my every choice. Martin Luther King Jr. had a dream, and I have a body, and I have a story. And my story is that our stories have been for too long told for us and about us. But our stories belong to us. Our bodies belong to us. And we are thousands of people creating with our bodies the political, electoral, community power to share and stand together. Join me. Share your stories. I am here to speak up and listen. I am here to care. I am here to share. I am here to run the stream of your story into the stream of my story, into the stream of her story, and hers, and hers, and yours, until our stories become rivers that cannot be dammed, rivers marking the changing boundaries and the changing course of history. Thank you.
Y'all, for the poets, for Kate.
I am one of the 1 in 4 women who have had an abortion. This is very also personal for me, as I know it's personal for many of you. But it was my choice. It was my body. It was my body. It's my choice. That's what it was. That's what it was. I know firsthand what being denied access to legal abortion looks like. When I was a teenager, I got an abortion. Fortunately, my loving late mother was there to support me, and her friend, my mother, I was 15, almost 16. Her friend in El Paso, Texas, recommended a daughter in Juarez, Mexico, where I could get an abortion, where it was illegal also. I was so afraid, so afraid. I flew from California to El Paso, my first time on an airplane. I did not know what to expect. other than this decision could put my life in jeopardy. That's all I knew. So I'm here to tell you, I have experienced the fear, the stigma, and despair of being denied the care that you need. I know what it's like to worry about your medical decision becoming criminalized. I know that fear. I know what it's like to see your future hang on the decisions of politicians and judges instead of doctors and whom you trust. I know that. Shame on them. 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 Yes, I have seen the dim light down a dark alley. I survived, but many women, especially Black, Latina, Indigenous, and other women of color did not. Now let me tell you briefly a quick story about my mentor, the first African American woman elected to Congress, the first African American and woman to seriously mount a candidacy for president of these United States in 1972. Y'all know who I'm talking about? Shirley Chisholm from Brooklyn, New York. You know it? Shirley Chisholm for president. Well, Shirley Chisholm, a lot of people know this. She was the first honorary co-president of the National Abortion Rights Action League, NARAL, in 1969. That was Shirley Chisholm. She was one of the 16 Black women who courageously led a movement for reproductive freedom and published We Remember African American Women for Reproductive Freedom in 1989. She co-founded African American Women for Reproductive Freedom in 1990. And let me tell you, she said, and I hope you get her book, Unbossed and Unbossed, in 1970. She said, access to legal abortion was an issue of economic and racial justice. That was in 1970. 1970. And in 1977 in Houston at the National Women's Conference, Shirley Chisholm, Barbara Jordan, Coretta Scott King, Congresswoman Maxine Waters, and Maya Angelou, and many others, but they were there and spoke about reproductive justice and gender equality. That was in 1977. 1977. So today, this is 2022. Once again, we are fighting this battle. Once again. But you know what? Because of you, because of everyone around our country, we won't let them turn the clock back to those dark days, will we? No, we won't let them do that. We are galvanized, we're organized, we're fighting with you to fight against these bans. And yes, we are here today to tell these radical extremists that if you criminalize people for having an abortion, if you make abortion illegal, if you take away our rights to make our personal decisions about our bodies, we will see you at the ballot box in November. When we fight, we win. 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 Thank you again. Let's get to work and let's fight and beat these people in November.
What the future might look like when I'm trying to vision, which is a part of my job as an organizer, and it's a part of your job too if you are standing in this audience. It's a mental snapshot I have of her that I must have taken millions of times. It's of her standing on the corner of her block. Shout out, she lived here in Austin, Springdale and Leslie, if you know, you know. And she's cupping her hand on her head like this. and her chin is raised, and she's kind of twisting to get a last glimpse. And I know she's praying. She's praying for a safe passage on whatever my next adventure is. She's standing on that corner, and she is holding a vision. She is seeing me through to the other side. Our first job today is to hold tight to that vision. Yes. That a different Texas is possible. And that we have the freedom to determine what that future looks like. That together we can in fact win. Because this is our home. Our what? If you can see a future where legal abortions are available and affordable, put your hand up like this, like my grandmother did. If you can imagine a future where our democracy looks like us and shares our values, put your chin up. If you can imagine a future where our children are safe and happy, do a little twist. This is our home. This is our home. Our what? Our what?
Let's give it up one more time for Brianna! All right, I want to take a second to recognize Mayor Pro Tem Allison Alters in the audience.
This political stunt is harmful to myself and my colleagues and to the people we serve in our communities. Everything feels really bleak right now, but I think about our new clinic and how far we've come in this year, and that gives me hope. To stand here with Layla and with all of you gives me hope. In the coming days and weeks, I challenge you to hold on to these moments of hope and joy, because we have a long ways to go. But we can only do it with each other, standing in the light together. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. I want to also recognize Senator Cheryl Kagan, who's joined us today. And we appreciate the shout out to Ariana Kelly, but we also want to shout out our Senate sponsor, the Senate sponsor, which was Senator Dolores Kelly. Our right to abortion is protected in Maryland, but we can do more. A constitutional amendment would be the strongest protection we could provide to ensure future generations of Marylanders have meaningful access to the full range of reproductive health care, from birth control to infertility treatments to abortion. HB 1171 would have helped create a constitutional amendment to protect our reproductive freedom. This bill should have passed last year. We demand that it go through next year. We know that the citizens of Maryland would overwhelmingly support such a measure if it were put to referendum. 2/3 of Maryland counties do not have an abortion provider. And once the court releases its final decision on Roe, an even greater number of folks are going to begin flooding into Maryland. All people deserve access to the abortion care they need in the community they live in and in the community they trust. I want to echo what's been said. Governor Hogan, release the funds. Let me hear you say that. Governor Hogan, release the funds. When do we want him to release the funds? Now! God, I love this city and I love my state. Okay, it's coming up on the end where we're getting ready to go into our march, but I want you to be mad. I want you to walk away from here mad. I want you to walk away from here energized. I want you to walk away because we can't and we won't go back. When I say bands off, you say? Our bodies! Louder. Bands off! Our bodies! Bands off! Our bodies! I want to thank everybody for coming. Today has been an incredibly energizing and empowering day, but just wait. Our work isn't done, because we're going to be marching. I want you to look for all of the yellow vests, all of our traffic marshals. They're yellow-green, I'm colorblind, what can I say? Follow the marshals because we're going to the Schaefer building. And along the way, I want you to remember, bands off. Our bodies. Governor Hogan, release the funds. Abortion care is health care. And when do we want all of this? Now. We won't go back. We can't go back. Thank you all so much for coming, and then we will see you back here when the march is done. Please follow our marshals.
And stand in the power of all who came before us and taught us what mutual aid and support looks like. We stand proud and ready to continue to play the much-needed role in destigmatizing access to abortion. We do not ask our callers why they want or need an abortion. We ask how much money and what resources will get you to your appointment. Because we know that our callers are our neighbors, our loved ones, our colleagues, and our friends. As the brilliant reproductive justice leader Renee Bracey Sherman reminded us, everyone loves someone who had an abortion. One of the ways the 4 Massachusetts funds are fighting abortion stigma is to build a collaborative network that will streamline abortion access in the Commonwealth, and we need your support to do it. That can mean donating to one or all of our funds. It can mean donating to the Abortion Care Network to support independent clinics. It can mean signing up and showing up to events like this, but ultimately, it's about each and every one of you. We need you all to speak out loudly and proudly that abortion is much needed health care. It matters whether or not you need to access it. And there is no reason whatsoever to ever feel any shame about your need. Please tell all your people about abortion funds and the importance of supporting independent clinics in addition to Planned Parenthood. Research the various methods people can safely use and share with your friends. Post factually accurate information, that's important, about abortion online. But speak up. Never, ever have we had the luxury of silence, and today is the day where we are really clear that that luxury never existed. Thank you all so much. And so now it's my honor to pass the microphone to the Honorable Attorney General Maura Healey.
I am the Central Texas Regional Organizer for Black Voters Matter. I am the Executive Director of Black Freedom Factory, and I am the co-founder of the hashtag Change Rape Culture movement. I'm here to tell you today that you are a threat. To bear children, to menstruate, to give a damn, to simply exist, all threaten the agenda of the patriarchy. When I think about reproductive freedom, I think about the autonomy and the power of the people. I urge everybody to contemplate what reproductive freedom really means to the ghetto, to communities who are marginalized and stripped of basic human rights every day in the name of racism and redlining. The impending overturning or reversal of Roe versus Wade is nothing new to the ghetto. What does reproductive freedom mean to a woman who is incarcerated for a petty marijuana charge, who is pregnant by her rapist, and all but free due to the chains of mass incarceration? What does freedom mean for youth who never had proper sexual education due to conservative laws and zero access to contraceptives? Or an individual with a disability whose fetus is incompatible with their body? What does reproductive freedom mean to countless black mothers who have lost their lives when the healthcare system ignored their cries for help and complications due to childbirth? The insidious racism that exists in our current healthcare system that adversely and disproportionately affects black and brown communities is unacceptable. What does reproductive freedom mean to a Haitian migrant who was raped on her journey seeking asylum to the United States with all but clothes and her 8-month-old baby on her back? What does reproductive freedom mean to a transgender individual who doesn't align with having a uterus and carrying out the gender binary by going through with the full-term pregnancy? What does reproductive freedom mean to a church member who was raped by their pastor? I say all of this to say that freedom is more than a choice. Reproductive freedom is having autonomy. Freedom is Roe versus Wade in all of its glory. Reproductive freedom means that you have a viable choice to choose whether or not to have children and to have access to safe, alternative contraceptive education or access to health care. Let me be very clear. As I say Black Voters Matter, I still understand that elected officials who have a propaganda to stifle our access to reproductive justice on a national and local scale conveniently forget the most important thing, aside from the fact that they are public servants. They forget that it's about us. We are the people that they dare to represent. I do, though, want to highlight elected officials who champion these issues every single day, who use their power and their privilege to pull up a seat at the table for us. If you are an elected official who is listening today, I encourage you to come out of your ivory tower and hear me when I say that Texas saw a total of 25,000 rejected mail-in ballots in the recent primary election. Of this nation is crumbling, yet I am here to remind you that we, the people, will not. We will march, we will knock, we will show up to the polls, we will call to humble the legislators who think that they have a say in our sex lives, our uteruses, and our gender perception. Allow me to use my cisgender able-bodied privilege to make clear the intersection that abortion access is more than a women's issue. When one of us is affected, all of us are impacted. Hug your neighbors, thank your ancestors, and join me as I say, Black voters matter. Indigenous voters matter. Transgender voters matter. Bisexual voters matter. Gay voters matter. Lesbian voters matter. Undocumented immigrant voters matter. Muslim voters matter. Educator voters matter. Latino voters matter. Voters with disabilities matter. Future voters matter. We can't stop and we won't stop because it's about us. What do we want? Abortion! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Abortion! When do we want it? Now! If we don't get it, if we don't get it, if we don't get it, thank you, Austin, Texas. All right, let's get this really going. Are we ready?
Do everything in our power to protect our people. So my main message to you right now is do not despair. This is not a time for despair. This is a time for cold anger, not a flash in the pan, impulsive anger. We've got to be ready for a protracted fight if Roe goes down, so that in 10, 20, 30 years, if we're lucky, a future generation will regain their bodily autonomy. Supreme Court justices are lifetime appointments. And we know that if Roe falls, it foreshadows even more politically motivated, anti-people decisions in our future. The only way forward, hear up, the only way forward is an activated movement. You must understand that. Because we actually have the power and we will win. Our happiness and our well-being isn't given to us by the government or by the Supreme Court. Our community is what really matters. Remember that, because we will always have each other's backs. Don't you be scared. Do not be scared right now. Some folks are scared. We're going to cut that out because we're going to be here for each other. History teaches us that the right to abortion was never given to us by the Supreme Court. It was hard fought by the legions of activists that paved the way prior to 1973. You have to remember our solidarity right now. When the movement's inspiration through the people's blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. For what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? The movement makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. The movement makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn. But without our reproduction, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the movement makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. The movement makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can birth a new world from the ashes of the old. The movement makes us strong. Let me hear you really strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. The movement makes us strong. So what can you do right now?
What about this? What about that? The mother's health. And I decided to have an abortion just because I could. And if you want to have an abortion, you should do it just because you can too. There is so much work to do. We have so much work to do, but we are with you. We are with you on the streets, obviously. Look at that. But we're also with you at City Hall, at the State House, in the courthouse, in your neighborhoods.
Abortion is a fundamental human right y punto. If the Supreme Court draft opinion is final, it will hit hardest people who already face barriers to care. I'm talking about Latinas, Latinx, Black people, Indigenous people, young people, immigrants, people with disabilities, people in rural and underserved communities, the LGBTQ community, and people with low incomes. That's a lot of us. And states throughout this country are already facing abortion bans and restrictions. And with each restriction and ban and obstacle, we, all of us, will be there to fight them.
That's right.
Our poderosas in Texas and all around the country are organizing to get the care they need. We and our communities have created networks for practical support and assistance. We help folks who are undocumented navigate ICE checkpoints inside Texas that curb the ability to move around. Here is what my colleague from Texas, Lucy Felix, wanted you all to hear today. Seguiremos luchando por un mundo en que todas las personas obtengan el acceso a la salud reproductiva integral con dignidad y justicia para todas sus comunidades. We will continue to fight for a world in which all people gain access to comprehensive reproductive health and dignity and justice for all their communities. Independiente de la decisión de la Corte Suprema, las poderosas y sus familias de Texas seguirán luchando hasta no ver que sus derechos humanos sean restablecidos. Regardless of the decision of the Supreme Court, the Poderosas and their families in Texas will continue to fight until they see their human rights restored. En Texas se respira lucha. In Texas, we breathe the struggle. Gracias, hermana Lucy. Together, we must fight for a world in which everyone should be able to receive their abortion care in the way that is best for them. Latina Institute will be proudly there, fighting every step of the way. Thank you.
In a clean way. This isn't going to end abortions. It's just going to end more women's lives getting abortions that aren't safe, just like it did before. We got this because we don't have a choice. We don't have a choice to be out here. We don't have a choice to stand up for everyone else out here and everyone who couldn't be here. So please raise your voice, help your friends, be there, normalize this medical procedure that saves lives. It's so frustrating to me. Where are all the pro-lifers that are demanding that all of my Native kindred children be found from the boarding schools that they're digging up? It's not pro-life. It's not pro-life. It's power. It's power over other people. And I refuse to let it happen. I will keep going until we have freedom. 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 Thank you.
Thank you, Lexi. Thank you, everyone that shared their story today. Thank you, everyone that is here right now. Thank you, everyone that cares to change Missouri and the country for the better so that we can access the health care that we need. My name is Stacy Sherrod. I am Grassroots organizer for Advocates of Planned Parenthood of the St. Louis region and Southwest Missouri. I am your Southwest Missouri organizer. And I am going to share my abortion story. Before I do, I want to tell you that it has been a fantasy of mine for 3 years to come down here on the square every Sunday with a microphone and tell my abortion story over and over and over again. My friend and I have a joke. When people get uncomfortable hearing that word, we just look at each other and go, abortion, 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 abortion. Say it. All right, and I can out yell this guy. Sharing our abortion stories is an act of resistance and love. I want to share that resistance and love with you today. My story, like everyone else's, is unique. It is complex and it is personal. And it is because no two stories are the same that politicians don't belong in our decision making about if, when, or how to become a parent. Let me just say, or about if, when, or to become pregnant. I have had 2 abortions without regret. And with much pride to be the face of a woman who decided long ago that parenting was not for me. Both of my abortions happened at a time long before the onslaught of medically unnecessary abortion restrictions eroded access for countless Missourians who came after me. In 1997 and 2001, abortion care was accessible here in Springfield. There were no waiting periods, there were no state-mandated misinformation, there was no 2-visit requirement. And if you haven't had an abortion in Missouri in the last 10 years, you have no idea what people have to scale and the obstacles to get one. And they just do it because they want to keep us from accessing that constitutional right and that health care. Abortion was almost easy to access right here in Springfield, as any other medical procedure is. I look back at my abortions and I think how vastly different my experience would have been. The trauma I could have had to endure had I needed an abortion today, at the time when the state only has 1 abortion clinic left in St. Louis. My abortion experience was relatively easy, non-eventful, and as a privileged white woman, it was affordable. I can promise you that it is my kind of abortion experience that politicians have worked hard to erase, specifically targeting people of color and people with low incomes. My abortion was an experience as any basic healthcare procedure. Today, it's the exact opposite. It's a political obstacle course we're forced to navigate, a game some are forced to play against their will. My decision to be childless was a decision that runs deep in my blood, and in many ways took years for me to unpack because of the shame and stigma that women face around pregnancy, parenting, and postpartum care. My mother faced this stigma. My mother lived with depression, and after a difficult pregnancy that put her life and mine at risk, she developed postpartum psychosis. She had hallucinations and lost touch with reality. This was in the 60s when we knew little about postpartum conditions. She was institutionalized, and thankfully, I am so thankful that she did recover and she went on to parent my sister and I with love and compassion. My mom shared this story with me when I was 25, on my 25th birthday. I didn't even know anything about this had happened. So when I got pregnant at 32 for the first time, I not only knew that parenting wasn't a lifestyle I wanted, but that it was a physical experience I did not want to endure. The second time I had an abortion, yeah, I've had 2, and if I needed another one, I would have it too. We don't count other people's abortions. To this day, I honor my mom's story, one that took her 25 years to share out loud, by passing on my story to you. My mother's story set me free. She gave me knowledge and insight, shattered mental health stigma, and dismantled the shame too many people carry with them around parenting challenges. Today, I hope that my story helps to shatter abortion stigma, because abortion is an act of love. In my case, it was an act of self-love that has allowed me to live my life in exactly the way that I intended to live it. We all deserve to make these decisions without political interference. And yet, here we stand on the brink of a Supreme Court decision that will rob the next generation of their reproductive freedom. I hope that you will honor the many mothers and parents before us by joining the fight to reclaim our rights to decide if, when, and how to become a parent. You know, it's on my mind today, and it has been recently. We talk about the choice to parent a lot. I just didn't want to be pregnant. I did not want to be pregnant. I felt it in my body. My body was changing. Things were happening. I wanted it to stop. So I got to stop it. The second time I had an abortion, so there's a law in Missouri right now that says that we have to wait 72 hours by law to have the abortion that we need. When I got my second abortion, guess what? That was not a law, but I decided I needed to think about it. So my first abortion I did immediately. Second abortion, I thought, I need some time to think about this. So guess what? I gave myself the weekend, which is about 72 hours. So I decided to give myself the time I needed. I did not need that mandated by politicians. So, as my colleague Banyan shared earlier, there are many ways for you to step up today and help us and keep showing up. One of them is, if you have not scanned one of these on your phone and filled out the information, please do it. You can see me after. I know at the tables over there they have some. Please do it before you leave. This is our Planned Parenthood list of supporters that we get you information, really important information to you, and ways that you can show up. You can also donate to one of the organizations represented here today, because we are a movement of diverse identities and we are reimagining a future for all. Share your abortion story, because storytelling will set us free. Demand that President Biden act by signing a petition, this one, and volunteer. We would love to have you on the front lines fighting with us every day, and we need you, and we need each other. I just want to say one final, can't say thank you enough, really. So grateful for everyone showing up today. Keep showing up.
Thank you. Do my hair toss, check my nails. Baby, how you feel? Hair toss, check my nails. Baby,
is a personal decision. Abortion is health care. Abortion is a fundamental right.
And just because it is fundamental does not mean that it has come easy. We are the benefits of generations of hard work and sacrifice by women, specifically Black women, who have put their lives and their livelihoods on the line so the generations growing up today can have and express those fundamental rights. And unless we make our voices heard, this will be the first generation in history to go backwards. We won't let this happen.
We are both mothers, and we are both mothers by choice. And because of that, we know how important that having a choice is. Every day at YWCA Lancaster, our doors open to community members looking to grow their understanding of anti-racism, parents dropping their children off for daycare, victim survivors seeking counseling for sexual assault, and residents who are in need of affordable and safe housing. A decision that impacts their ability to control their own future affects all of us.
People working to ban abortion would have us believe that criminalizing abortion is the moral choice. But there is nothing moral about forcing countless people, women, non-binary folks, trans men, and other members of the gender-expansive community into a position that doesn't let them choose their own future. The evidence is clear. Making abortion safe, legal, and accessible improves economic futures, mental health outcomes, and overall well-being of communities, especially communities of BIPOC families.
The evidence is clear. Banning abortion hurts our country and hurts Black, Indigenous, people of color, communities even harder. We won't let that happen. YWCA Lancaster will continue to fight for our community's ability to choose their own futures and to have freedom over where, when, or if to grow families. We will continue to fight for the women and all people we serve and the women and people we have yet to serve. We will continue to fight for our community's best interest, and we're here with you to make sure that we never go back. That no matter which way we move, it's forward together.
Abortion is a personal choice. Abortion is health care. Abortion is a fundamental right. Thank you.
Hey, y'all. That's not good enough. Hey, y'all.
And I'm representing Ultraviolet, and I'm here to proclaim abortion is freedom. The ability to decide when or if we form or expand our families is a fundamental, basic human right. It is a sacred right. We need access to quality health care where people can bring pregnancies to term without going broke. We deserve the ability to choose whether or not to become a parent with joy, with dignity, and without the fear of violence against our children, our loved ones, and our communities. Come on, y'all. We strive for a future in which policy is premised on values of abundance and not deprivation. That Supreme Court we're getting ready to march to real soon, y'all. Hold on. That illegitimate Supreme Court wants to blunt our ability to choose our own destinies. And let's be very clear, they will not stop with Roe. So, we refuse to let this leaked draft opinion, this racist, sexist opinion come to fruition. So we will march. We will vote. Yes, we got to vote, all that. But that is not and cannot be enough. We have to continue to hold those in power accountable because we are the majority. We will fight until our rights and our freedoms are respected, are protected, and are expanded. These institutions that we are surrounded by, they only have power if we give it to them. True power rests with us, the people of this nation. So make no mistake, this draft opinion is a direct attack on the power that we have harnessed and built over generations with our ancestors to make this country a more just and equal country. The same people attacking our right to bodily autonomy are also attempting to wrest away our political autonomy at the voting booth. And no more. No more. And while we're naming names here, let's be clear, it's not just politicians who are complicit either in deed or in silence, because silence is violence in these moments. It is also corporate America who likes to do their Pride Month activities and their Women's History Month events, while at the same time, behind closed doors, they pad the pockets of the politicians who are passing these bans of restrictions. So to our leaders in power, corporate, political, or otherwise, I say, if your proximity to power is more important than your proximity to justice, you are not the leaders we need for this moment, and you need to get out of the way. Walk on by. You're not up for this fight. To those who tell us how to raise our voices or where to raise our voices, I say to you, if our protest makes you comfortable, that is a pageant. And frankly, I am not interested in being Mrs. Congeniality with my fundamental rights on the line. So we gather today to bring forth that which is done in darkness in the Supreme Court to the bright light of day, to say no more bans, no more restrictions, no more business or politics as usual. Because in this moment, we move with a fierce urgency and determination, if we have to dismantle those institutions that are no longer fit for purpose. So this is our fight. This is our time. We are all we got and we are all we need because we are the majority and we will absolutely win. Thank you so much.
One more time for Sonia Spoo, y'all. Black women led and black women serving reproductive justice organization in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Today, we have already heard from community members, healthcare experts, and advocates who have sent a clear message that no matter what, we will fight to keep abortion legal across this great state. Over and over again, over the past 2 weeks, we have heard the rallying cry of "We will not go back." But I would be remiss without saying that while this is a sentiment I entirely endorse, we have to acknowledge that the past that many of us are afraid of is actually the present for many Americans, including some folks residing in our own state. The outrage that you see and feel today is real, but know that if you were truly shocked by what happened last week, then maybe you have not been paying attention. This is what the Black women who started the reproductive justice movement have always known. Body terrorism has been used to concentrate wealth and power in the ruling class using the policies of oppression. For Black and Indigenous people, this is a reality that we have known for centuries. It's not a coincidence that the Senate, mostly comprised of older, wealthy, cis white men, failed to advance legislation that would most directly impact the lives of women, queer folks, those living under poverty, and the communities of color. And while we are disheartened that the Senate isn't in alignment with the vast majority of American people who support abortion access because they could not codify the protections of Roe in the Women's Health Protection Act, it's clear that even some of us that value reproductive freedom have room for improvement. Because we shouldn't even have to have a Women's Health Protection Act. Because abortion is not a women's health issue. And not just because every gender can have an abortion, but because bodily autonomy and the right to privacy benefits everybody. But while bodily autonomy and privacy benefit everyone, when they're taken away, they won't harm everyone the same. Civic engagement is just one tool we can use to not only preserve the current state of sexual and reproductive health care, but demand the reproductive health care, the holistic health care that we all deserve. And that has an impact reaching far beyond abortion access. If we fail to keep and advance a pro-abortion agenda across this nation, not only will we have a calamitous worsening maternal health crisis, but we also embolden the prison industrial complex, which ensnares poor Black and brown communities. And denying bodily autonomy and criminalizing abortion is just another tactic to limit the people's power. If abortion is made into a felony offense, you know what felons can't do in most states? Vote! The reproductive justice movement is organizing to ensure that this never comes to pass. It starts by codifying the protections of Roe, but it doesn't end there, because preserving the legality of abortion is also totally inadequate. Keeping abortion legal doesn't always make it affordable. Keeping abortion legal doesn't always make it accessible. And keeping abortion legal doesn't always make it equitable. Being a reproductive health advocate shouldn't just be about providing access to abortion. It's about dismantling gender oppression and structural racism in every facet of American society. housing, employment, discrimination, you name it. And I expect to see everybody who is here upset and committed to mobilizing to preserving Roe, also upset about all healthcare access, also upset about the housing crises, also upset about the exposure to community violence, right? Because they all oppress gender minorities and have a well-researched deleterious impact on sexual and reproductive health outcomes. At New Voices for Reproductive Justice, we know that Roe is the floor, not the ceiling. And we're not interested in keeping things the same. Today is just the beginning. I hope each and every one of you are prepared for a long and sustained fight. Let your anger spur your action. Policy advocacy, organizing, and mutual aid are all essential to ensure that in another 50 years, our grandchildren are not sitting here talking about us losing our lives because of an illegal abortion. Thank you. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Fight on, and know deep down, we will win!
To these people behind us up here, we don't care about you either. We stand here in unison today. Hold on. You need to know this. This is your damn country. This is your democracy, and you have agency over your body. I don't give a damn about what some courts say, about what some men say, and I don't give a damn about going to some heaven that will keep me from those things. My God doesn't do that. Like my sister Gail just said, it's a shame that we have to come out here and we have to protest. I'd much rather dance in these streets, but since we here, oh well, let the chips fall where they may. I'd be damned if someone's gonna tell me how I legislate my body in my country. I will damn well please. That's right. You ain't gotta be afraid to be out here today. You got a bigger community across this world that's got your back. That is me, that's y'all, that's people ain't here, and I'm an organizer by heart, which is the reason why I'm running for U.S. Congress. We need more people that can get this shit together. It ain't just today. As we stand here and we rally and we protest, we gonna vote some people out of office. That's step one. You gonna get on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Snapchat, MySpace, whatever the hell, Facebook that you got. You gonna tell every friend that you got that work in the courtroom, that is your boss, that is your co-worker, that is in the jails, everywhere else. We ain't standing for this. Where are the doctors out here that don't give a damn about this rule? They're gonna do their creed and take care of women and women's health how they see fit. This is just the tip of the iceberg. This is a distraction. This is a small few people who want to keep control and keep you from having your full freedoms, your full liberty in this country, and is trying to condition you to have that mindset. But I say, damn that. I'm running against a man named Mark Green. Half of you, because of the gerrymandering that happened at the beginning of the year by the incompetent Republican racist legislatures at the state, we now got to deal with it. But that's why your girl stepped up, and I'm running against Mark Green. We're going to put his ass out of office. That's right. We're going to put his ass out of office. We're going to put in people who intentionally care about people over profits and bottom lines. Because that's essentially what this comes down to. Now, I know all of you are tired already. You got work life, you got relationship life, you got kids, you're stressed out. I got teenagers, so I understand all the shit that you got to deal with. Well, guess what? It's going to be our divine burden together to carry this. So mark this day as a day in history when we said as women, no more of this bullshit. Not only are we going to fight for our right as women, we're going to fight. I'm a 6 foot tall, gorgeous as hell, openly gay, queer black woman, and I want to make sure that every damn identity that I have is upheld with the dignity and respect that it deserves. And that's what we are doing here today. You ain't gonna hit us tomorrow with some craziness about black people. I don't give a damn about your border wall, and it's gonna come down eventually too. You gonna pay us the fair wages for the work that we do every damn day. From here on out, as you stand where you are, by the person that you were standing beside, and for all of you who are back here behind me, for those of you who organized and put this on today, remember, this is your country. It is. And you have every right to craft and shape it in a way where it looks like you, it feels like you, and it behaves like you. Let's march.
Yeah, give it up one more time for Odessa Kelly, running for you.
You can see they are
Thank you, Alexandra, for your powerful story. And yours too, Lou. We hear you. We see you. We are here for them. And we love you. Our next speaker is Ryan Matthews. Ryan is the Pennsylvania State Director for the Human Rights Campaign. The Human Rights Campaign envisions a world where every member of the LGBTQ+ family has the freedom to live their truth without fear and with equality under the law. Ryan has been working in PA for the past 14 years, organizing and managing local campaigns, and we are so lucky to have him in this fight with us. Give it up for Ryan.
Hi, hello, my name is Ryan Matthews. My pronouns are he and him, and I am here to represent not only the Human Rights Campaign, but LGBTQ+ people across Pennsylvania and this country when I say that reproductive justice is queer justice. We stand with you in this fight, not just because of all of our families and friends who want and need abortion care, but because reproductive health of women and LGBTQ people, including queer, non-binary people, and transgender men, is a crucial piece of our mission and a crucial piece of our movement towards justice. I first met Alexandra a few weeks ago when we were both up in this building talking to lawmakers about the transgender sports ban. And members of all of the groups that you see represented here on these steps today were among the groups of folks who were with us in the Capitol that day, fighting back against that terrible legislation. The legislators, the activist judges, the special interests that have been pushing the agenda that led to the potential court ruling that we saw last week are the same people who are pushing an agenda to take away the bodily autonomy of queer people, who are telling us what it is and is not okay to say to children about our love, about our family, and about who we are as people. One of the secret weapons we have in that fight is all of our allies. The other secret weapon that queer people have in the fights that when we are fighting for our rights, is that all of us have had to have very difficult conversations with people we love about topics that they would rather not discuss. We've won the rights that we have so far because not only we, but our allies have had those conversations over and over again. And now, as we face this new threat and this new world that we are looking at, we are going to have to exercise that superpower again. And you all are going to have to do the same thing as well. We have elections coming up this November. I get sick and tired of saying that this is the most important election of our lives, but this is the most important election of our lives. We need every single one of you to think about every single person in your life and say, do I need to have that conversation with them about reproductive justice, about LGBTQ rights, about racial justice before that person votes? Or do I need to have that conversation with that person to make sure that that person votes? That is a whole lot more difficult, it's a whole lot more involved, and it's a whole lot more personal than the work that we're doing here today, but it is just as important. And so I want you all to think about, as we are marching, who are the people in your lives that you need to talk to before November to say, if you don't vote, or if you vote the wrong way, you are relegating me, other members of our friends, and our families to a second-class citizenship, and you cannot deny that any longer. I'm going to end my remarks there because we have a whole lot more amazing women to hear from. But thank you so much for being here, and thank you for having those difficult conversations between now and November.
Thank you, Ryan. A little rain never hurt anyone. Even though I did do my hair and it's getting a little flat, that's okay. That was a joke. Come on. Come on. All right, I am so honored to introduce our next speaker. We have a few more lined up, but I'm really excited about this one. Rabbi Audrey is a member of the Pennsylvania Clergy for Choice. She has been a long-time advocate for abortion rights. She is an incredible faith leader, and she is a friend. The best thing about Rabbi Audrey is her readiness to use her voice. So, Rabbi, please take your place at the podium.
Thank you. Thank you. When I gather my own congregation, my own community together in Altoona, I always say when we gather on the Sabbath, thank you for being here for yourselves and for each other. Well, this is my Sabbath, and this is our congregation. And thank you for being here for yourselves and for each other and for every other person who needs us. You have created sacred space here today. I want to take you back a few years to my very first congregation in a small town in rural Illinois. I make a career of being with people in small rural towns. I was still a seminary student at the time, just learning how to be the preacher and teacher and the pastor of a community of faith. I thought it would be routine, right? Sabbath services, an occasional bar mitzvah, visiting the housebound. And then one of my congregants came to be in agony. She was pregnant. It was a planned pregnancy. She and her husband were overjoyed. And then some months into that pregnancy, they discovered that the fetus had multiple abnormalities. It would likely not survive birth. It might not survive that long. And in the meantime, her health and well-being were in danger. They were devastated. They thought they'd done everything right. So they made the decision for her to have an abortion. And she came to me because she wanted assurance that Judaism and her Jewish community and her rabbi would support their decision and help them heal. And the answer was an unequivocal yes. Judaism believes in bodily autonomy. Judaism believes in the agency of women. And even the rabbis of old, 2,000 years ago, who were by no means radical feminists, drew from our scripture to codify abortion into Jewish law. Abortion is accepted in Jewish law and sometimes required to save the pregnant person's life. And that life is always of paramount importance, no matter how far the pregnancy has progressed. My congregant was relieved to know all of this from a Jewish perspective, but I realized there was a second reason that she needed the support of her congregational community. She was not getting that support from her medical community. Small rural town in Illinois, she was being ostracized by doctors and nurses and other healthcare professionals, and even her neighbors and people she thought were friends, who allowed their own personal religious beliefs to get in the way of the care that she and her family needed and deserved. She had a safe abortion, and she had safe harbor in the arms of her congregation. But her experience was more traumatic than it ought to have been, because other people's religious beliefs were infringing on her constitutional right to choose abortion. Now, this was about 25 years ago, well after Roe v. Wade was established law, reinforced by the Casey decision, and a lot has changed in our country since then. One thing has not. Politicians and judges and a lot of other people are still trying to impose their personal religious beliefs on the rest of us. They are still, they are still trying to insert themselves in some of the most personal and fraught decisions that we can make. And unfortunately, they are succeeding state by state, and now possibly on a national level. Under the guise of law and justice, they are using their presumptions about fetal personhood that are rooted in their particular conservative patriarchal notions of religion to limit or revoke our right to privacy and our right to agency and our right to our own religious beliefs. As a person of deep faith and as a faith leader, I am offended, I am disgusted, and I am determined to stop them in their tracks. We're talking here today about saving Roe v. Wade, but as you heard earlier, this is happening right here in Pennsylvania. My own state senator, Judy Ward, you have to do the QR code thing, is the lead sponsor of that proposed constitutional amendment, which says that its goal is to protect the life of every unborn child from conception to birth. Now, this is a religious belief, okay, that personhood begins at conception or fertilization or whatever language they choose to use. And she and others who are signing on to this bill are, of course, entitled to their own personal religious beliefs. But they are not entitled to impose their religious beliefs on us. Senate Bill 956 is one of many proposals that have been debated in this state house over the past few years, but I think it's the most pernicious because they want not just to codify their religious beliefs into our law, but they want to insert them into the most basic document of personal freedoms that we have. It is similar to the damage that Justice Alito is trying to do to the U.S. Constitution, substituting his personal religious beliefs for our personal freedoms, misrepresenting history, quoting medieval misogynists as reliable sources, one of the guys from the 12th century that he quotes in his draft actually changed the words of the Jewish Bible to justify his contention that abortion was murder. I'm not kidding about this. I mentioned earlier that Judaism draws from Scripture in its legal support for abortion. Exodus 21, verse 22. When individuals fight and one of them pushes a pregnant woman and she loses, a miscarriage results, but no other damage ensues, the one responsible is to be fined, right? This is an injury to the woman. Alito quotes this guy named Henry de Bracton, you may have heard of, to say, this is what he said in the 13th century. This is in Alito's draft. If a person has struck a pregnant woman or has given her poison, whereby he has caused an abortion, if the fetus be already formed and animated, he commits homicide. See what they did there? Right? I mean, I'm lucky. Some of us actually know our Bible, right? Now, Alito neglects to acknowledge the original biblical source, but he does cite this legal authority who actually altered the Word of God. He changed the words that are in my Bible. And I gotta tell you, somebody who would do that is probably capable of just about anything. So here's the deal. Roe v. Wade is still the law of the land. Abortion is still legal in this country, despite the many roadblocks that have been erected to stop it. So we have to protect abortion rights and abortion access nationwide and in our own backyard, in my own backyard. It is imperative that my religious freedoms and my bodily autonomy and yours and yours and yours and yours continue to be guaranteed across this nation. So to those who are trying to take away our freedom and our rights, I say, bans off our bodies and bans off our beliefs. I would love a really big amen to that. Thank you.
We encourage you to visit all of these tents that have been set up for y'all, a part of this village of movement leaders that will keep us safe. Because we keep us safe, y'all. We keep us safe. Our first performers for tonight, I really want to give it up to this badass band right now. Fogo Azul, Fogo Azul, Fogo Azul. Thank you!
of that here at Hiram Live. So thank you guys for joining me. Again, I'll be back live soon. I'm gonna take a break. Also give my phone some time to not overheat. And then we'll see you in about half hour to an hour max. We'd be down at Buford Tower following the next protest, going to the Trump rally. So again, thank you so much for joining me. I love you all. Take care. Be safe. Be civil. This is information for you to make a decision about what is best for the world. This is not me telling you what is best. This is me asking the question so you have the information to make those choices. So like, follow, share, whatever you want to do. Again, thank you. I love you all, and listen to Kendrick, because I love Kendrick. Peace out, guys.
supports on the right. There's an event happening on the right. Everybody's rallying.
Thank you.
trauma when I was a brand new lieutenant with just so many hopes about where my career was going to go. I cannot imagine if I would have been forced to report that to a justice system that I knew would not work on my behalf. Because it wouldn't. It was up to me to deal with it how I saw fit. And if I would have become pregnant from that rape, I would have wanted to deal with it with how I saw fit. Because the system has not caught up to all of us yet. It has not, or it's not equally in the system. And so knowing that any of you who have this happen to you and become pregnant would have to go and report it to be able to deal with it pains my soul. It pains my soul because it is something you carry with you. Things that we don't talk about. I have not told this, right? So I haven't told it because I didn't want to pain my family who told me to go join the army, you know, and make something bigger of myself. I didn't want to put that guilt on them. And I know secretly so many of us are carrying guilt because society told us to. But it starts here, collectively, shedding that and saying, hell no, we are equal, and our body is our body, and you're not going to tell us what to do with it. Don't believe it for a second when they tell you they're stopping at abortion. Every justice was asked during the confirmation process if they would uphold Roe. And they said, I believe in stare decisis. The precedent of Roe is 50 years. It has been affirmed multiple times over. I would never do such a thing. They all lied. They are not just coming for abortion. They are coming for your birth control. They are coming for surrogacy. They are coming for your IVF. They are coming for trans rights. They are coming for gay marriage, and they will not stop until America looks like a one-man, one-woman married Christian couple. That is by design. We can ask the Federalist Society about that, and the dark money that has infiltrated one of our most storied institutions, our Article 3 courts. It is one of the greatest existential threats to democracy. Second up behind that is election subversion. And that is why Secretary of State is so important this year. It is important across the U.S. because it oversees the election division. Okay, 92 counties administering elections across Indiana. And we need somebody somewhere in the supermajority Republican landscape to push back and to protect our votes. There is no reason when people in the majority are for abortion that we have a supermajority Republican legislature that does not listen to the leadership of people like Representative Sue Arrington over the years, again and again, bringing legislation to protect us and repeatedly being told no. Thank you, Sue. You all need to thank Sue. You have a great representative. I want to leave you with this. I do not want you to leave here today and then think this is the end. It is just the beginning. Do not let anybody tell you, like I hear daily, running for Secretary of State, that you have been left behind in a red state. You have not been left behind. We are just beginning. This race is a statewide race. Yes, we are tired because we are gerrymandered to high heaven, but we as women have an opportunity to put a woman in office, in the third elected office in Indiana, and we will start there. And I promise you, I will repeatedly carry the mantle for you when it comes to women's rights. That is who I am. I am a woman, and I am your sister, and I will be there for you. And I thank every ally, every man who is here today with us. Thank you so much. Please do not stop today. Register to vote. Tell your neighbors register to vote. We cannot just have a protest or a march or a rally. We have to carry it through to November and the years after that. It is for our families, it is for our children, it is for the little Hoosier girls that aspire to be something more than themselves, just like I did. Thank you.
phone's at 20.
All right, next up, we have Mayor Tom McDermott, your Senate candidate.
Thank you so much.
More importantly, I'm the guy who's going to be down in November 2022. Look at the Ryan in second, but he put 3 of those justices out of the 5 that are voting to overturn Roe versus Wade. He confirmed them, and that's why he's going to lose in November 22, right? Let me tell you, just about a week ago, right as we learned...
George, could you hold this when I'm getting ready to go up after him?
What are you going to do?
On that same day, Kyle Hofer, the head of the Republican Party, was asked about November's election day. He said it's going to be a real boring election day. We're going to win all the races up and down. Indiana is going to be the first state called red, he said. He said that on the same day he's taking your civil liberties. Is that arrogance? I was very offended, because I know we put up great candidates, like Destiny, like myself, like Representative Arrington. We have great candidates this year, right? And they stripped their civil liberties, and they're still cocky, they're still confident, right? It's time for us to teach them a lesson who the boss is here in Indiana, right? I'm going to turn license to practice law in the state. When I went to law school, they taught me things about the Supreme Court. They taught me a term called stare decisis, and I don't want to delve into the weeds, but it's about predictability. It's about stability. And you know what? That's why it's important to respect precedent. I'm 53 years old. My entire life, Roe versus Wade has been the law of the land. My entire life. 20 years after Roe was passed, it was tested again with Casey, Planned Parenthood versus Casey. Affirmed. This has been tested, it's been affirmed, and how is it 30 years later, in the year 2022, suddenly everything's changed, right? No. It doesn't make sense, and there's a reason that Americans are pissed right now. Let me tell you something. The U.S. Supreme Court's been gerrymandered. Yes. I know we've been talking a lot about the term gerrymandering lately, and usually we're talking about state races, but it started when Barack Obama was in the presidency. And there was a vacancy on the Supreme Court. And he put up a guy named Merrick Garland, who happens to be our Attorney General right now, right? And what happened? The Supreme Court refused to fill it. They didn't follow the Constitution. And it's a 5-4 decision in Alito's leaked draft. Can you imagine what the decision would look like if Merrick Garland was on the Supreme Court right now? Yes. It'd be 5-4 our way, at least, right? Yes. And then in 2016, elections have consequences. And we dropped the ball. We did. Yeah. We weren't as energized as we are now, right? We were divided. And a guy like Todd Young snuck into the United States Senate. And a guy like Donald Trump walked into the White House. And then he put up justice after justice. He put up Neil Gorsuch. Todd Young said, no problem, Mr. President. He puts up Brett Kavanaugh. Todd Young says, no problem, Mr. President. He puts up Amy Coney Barrett. Todd Young says, no problem, Mr. President. And now, when we read that leak draft, we realize that those 3 justices we just named that were approved and confirmed by Senator Young are going to be 3 of the 5 that overturns Roe versus Wade. How does that make you feel, Indiana? I'm your Democratic nominee for U.S. Senate. In a household with my single mom and my 2 sisters. I grew up the right way, believing in women, believing in your choices to be able to make your own body medical decisions, right? And I promise you that when I do beat Todd Young in November of 22, I'm going to represent you well, and we're going to codify Roe versus Wade so we can stop this madness. Roe versus Wade has been the law of the land for 50+ years. Leave your hand off the Roe versus Wade, right? Women who seek to get abortions in some states are going to be criminalized. Doctors in some states who perform these procedures are going to be criminals. Bounty systems so that we can tell on our fellow Hoosiers if they're getting abortions or not. It's madness where we're headed. This is the law of the land. we need to support elected officials that support women and support their rights. So it's not just about today. It's about getting fired up this summer. It's about carrying this momentum into November and voting against these people. Appreciate you. I'm with you. We got a deep cut, we got to elect Democrats to support women. God bless you, everybody.
He drove 3 hours to be here.
We won't go back! My body, my choice! Hands up, my bodies!
I am asking you that you check and see who your state senator is, who your member of Congress is, who your, now your U.S. senator, you're good. And we got to make sure we keep who we have. Yes. Who your city council people are. Yes. Yes. Every single person that represents you, and you make sure that they know that we won't what?
Go back!
That we won't what?
Go back!
That we won't what?
Go back!
This is why I'm running for Congress. We need more women who are of the entire land. And I'm also very grateful that here in Illinois, we will be opening our doors and welcoming any person from Texas, from Tennessee, from Ohio. Deserve, that are your rights. And in the meantime, you got to get more women into Congress. That's right. Unapologetic about choice. And you can't have someone that is cool about abortion rights because it polls well. We've had someone that went to the Senate, and look at what's happening to us. We need someone who has always had a track record of standing with the people. Yes. Chicago in Logan Square. Anyone know Logan Square in Chicago? Yeah. Oh, pretty far, huh? Right. And it goes all the way to Elgin. Yes, please. Yes, I'm committed to standing with you from Chicago to Elgin. All right. To make sure that people know that we won't go back. 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 Just one phrase, because today we're also going to speak a little Spanish, and you are bilingual, you are for like 10 seconds. We're going to say "si se puede," which means yes, we will make sure that we protect abortion rights. That mi cuerpo es mi decisión. So say at the count of 3. Got it? Yep. I want you to say it really, really loud so that people in the library can hear that too, that we're also protecting their abortion rights. So 1, 2, 3.
¡Sí se puede! ¡Sí se puede! ¡Sí se puede! ¡Sí se puede! We won't go back! We won't go back! We won't go back!
Thank you, everyone.
After prayer, after counseling, to having abortion. For years, I carried that as shame. But you know what? It really shouldn't be a shame. It's not. These are healthcare issues. These are mental health issues. The idea that I was actually even afraid to run for Congress the first time, because I kept thinking, what if they find out? But you know, I'm here today. All right. And I am a approving me is that I would like to see my doctor. My family and I are going to make a concerted decision for me and my family. It's nobody's damn business. Yes. Because you know it's over. I really do. I want everybody here today, like Sue said, take out your phones. And if you're not registered to vote, I'm not sure what the date is that you need to get to be registered to vote. But seriously, not only you vote, go to indianavoters.org.com and see if you're registered. If you're not, get registered, because they're going to do everything they can to make sure you can't vote. There's a reason why your vote's so important, why they're trying not to get you to vote. It's because they don't want you to vote. Here's what I say. When you vote and you do that, get 5 more people to do it with you. Yep. Text them on your phone, call or message or PM, whatever you have to do. This is similarly the most important election in my lifetime that I've lived through Donald Trump. It is, especially it's the most important election for women, hands down. I'm going to finish with this. Right. Sarah, I told my story, and I got a lot of people on it, but I think it was probably one of our biggest social media events since I've been running that people have responded to. The part I didn't tell you, the part I didn't say over there, was that before I got the money, because I had to lie to people to get money. I told them that I needed it for something. I went to like 10 people to get $300. That's bullshit. I'm 17, 18 years old, begging people to help me get ahead. That should not be. It's a healthcare issue, and you're right, B. It disenfranchises Black women particularly for a lot of reasons. So what I did was, somehow I think I went to the library at Castro Road. I did like 10 different things. I mean, if you don't believe this, I'm telling you, if we don't keep abortion legal, women will die. Yes. Women will die. They will die doing it because eventually they're going to be so desperate they will seek whatever it is that they possibly can to make the decision that should be always legal. I appreciate you guys. My time is already up.
Lady, my friend, and you talk about someone leading the way uphill. This is a lady, right here. Keep strong. Thank you. You are brave. Thank you. All right, next up, Keith Turner, pastor of Community Hope United Methodist Church. Thank you so much for being here.
I know I need to hold it for her speech, but I don't know how long after.
Oh, she's done. Yeah.
Thank you, Amy, and thank you for giving me a few minutes of your time this afternoon. I couldn't wait to get here to speak today.
Thing is, though, that against all odds, the abolitionists did. Against all odds, the suffragettes did. Against all odds, the civil rights movement did. The lesson in all of this is clear. The fact that the odds are against you doesn't mean you won't prevail. It just means you might have to work a little harder, have more commitment, be more dedicated, and sacrifice more than you thought you had to. The moral arc of the universe is long, but it bends toward justice. Martin Luther King. And we are the ones who are going to bend it now. Today's rampant nihilism is neither productive nor rooted in a sound appraisal of our situation. Of course, we are all anxious, but weren't the ones who walked across the bridge at Selma anxious? Of course these times are traumatizing, but weren't the suffragettes being force-fed in their prison cells traumatized? Of course huge economic and political forces are against us. Can what we're facing now, however, compare to the horror of slavery, of institutionalized suppression of women, of segregation, of the trail of tears? Perhaps it's time for us to toughen up a bit. Let's not be the first generation in history to wimp out on doing what it takes to put this country back on track. This isn't a time to crumble, nor to coddle our neuroses, or to indulge our fears. Cynicism is just an excuse for not helping, and pseudo-sophisticated calls to drop out of the system because somehow that will destroy the duopoly, well, that makes no sense. The times are gnarly and complicated and unjust and even cruel. But when times get tough, the tough mature. And I'll leave you with this. Yes, let's identify the problems of our past, but let's identify with the problem solvers who dealt with them. They had their challenges, and so do we. That was their time, and this is ours. Going back much further than the history of the United States to the shrouded mists of biblical times, the words of Mordecai speaking to Esther ring out to all of us today. You were born for such a time. Marianne Williamson.
Well, we're not telling men what they can and can't do.
Well, essentially, they are, because with the whole COVID thing, men and women were leaving their jobs for not getting the COVID. So we lost our choice on the vaccine, but yet it's kind of like, what's the difference between...
Well, that's also a health issue. It's not just about one person with COVID. It was about the community.
But it's about choice in the end, at the end of the day. If women are saying my body, my choice for abortion, should we have my body, my choice for vaccines as well?
No.
So we shouldn't have no choice for the vaccine.
Because with vaccines, it's not just about you. It's about all the people around you. It's about protecting the people around you. Whereas an abortion, how does that affect another person? It doesn't.
Because
It really doesn't.
People who got the vaccine, who trusted the experts, personally, we had a family member who's actually pro-vaccine and had somebody die in their family because of the vaccine, but they were told it was safe and effective.
I mean, yes, of course, it's like not everything's perfect.
So should we have that choice to choose to get it or not?
I think it's a risk that everyone needed to take and should have taken, but people aren't. And ultimately, it was a choice.
You don't see the hypocrisy in that?
There's no hypocrisy. I don't see it.
Because if somebody's pro-choice, if you're saying government should have no right to say what to do with their bodies.
What's NEAR stand for? It's
Nebraska Abortion Resources.
Nebraska Abortion Resources. This is the organization they were encouraging people to donate to today because they actually get money into the hands of women who have to have abortions. So NEAR, just Google Nebraska Abortion Resources. They have some shirts for sale, and Planned Parenthood has some free shirts over here. It's Kitrin from Noise. Will you write for us again?
I can.
Please do.
Okay.
Yeah, please do. Please do. Thank you.
These are old t-shirts. Is this the one or that? Ivy.
You got it. Yeah, if you have a preference, you got it.
This is the only handmade I've seen today. Usually there's a ton. Oh, at this table, people are writing notes to the folks who are on the front lines providing abortion at the Care Clinic in Bellevue, Planned Parenthood Lincoln, and Planned Parenthood in Omaha, serving both Omaha and Council Bluffs.
Oh, thanks. Yeah.
Here, look at this.
Isn't that funny? I mean, you would. And we have all
What is Access Granted?
So, hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Access Granted. Follow us on Insta. Free birth control, free STI testing and treatment, and free condoms for all genders 15 or 24 and younger.
So, do you pick them up someplace, or do you mail them, or how does it work?
If you go to getaccessgranted.com, then you can find a health center near you.
Okay.
Yep. You're with Noise, right?
I am Noise.
Excellent. All right.
I am Noise, and you are live.
Oh, there you go. No, it's good. Spread the word, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, no, those
I need.
The live videos get watched even after the event is over. People click on them.
I've used them. Thank you. And
You're
sign the
both on
petition
demand.
for effective health education. Thank you.
Yes.
She will share. She can just take care.
Yeah, the man is.
A nice young gentleman from UNMC dropped off.
So sick. So sick.
Oh, you can't vote.
Yeah, but I can change it. I just voted, so I can change it. I'm pretty fine because I can never. Oh, you're
switch it for a second. Take this.
And we're gonna be, so we're at Warm Springs again, and we're gonna have some ceremony here. So I'm gonna turn this camera off in a second, but you know, it's always good to be with our relatives and be in this circle of life and this circle of community. We've got our 4 directions are honored here at this time. Our medicine, there's so much medicine that we value as people, you know, the medicine of the running, medicine of the animals and the plants and what they give to us. And so anyway, I love y'all.
Thank you.
but I wanted to pick up their phone because they're going to be loud.
Huge favor. Can I ask a huge favor?
I appreciate the stuff in the Congressional Research Service that somebody has pointed you to. I was really I hope it happens. So, you know, that's basically.
I know the Washington Post was covering that it was going to be happening. A few different smaller DC outlets as well. Mainly reporting on like, hey, these are going to be the road blockages. And we're kind of at a standstill, Gil. On and off stop. It is quite a long walk, yeah. We're right here. More access, more providers, fewer politicians. Sign. You don't care if people die. 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 Pro-life is a lie. You don't care if people die. You don't care if people die. You don't care if people die. Pro-life is a lie. You don't care if people die. 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 It's a lie. You don't care if people die. Pro-life is a lie. You don't care if people die.
Pro-life is a lie.
You don't care if people die. Pro-life is a lie. Pro-life is a lie.
Unapologetically and accurately about abortion. Abortion is not a bad word. Say it loudly. Abortion is essential health care. It saves lives and it uplifts entire communities. Abortion impacts everybody. People from all genders deserve access to quality health care, and everybody benefits when we have it. And abortion is normal. We all love somebody who's had one. Visit the pro-choice Washington booth to pick up your guide on how to have conversations and how to change the narrative. Destigmatize abortion. You do have power, so repeat after me. Vote. Vote. Organize. Vote. Thank you.
Give it up again. Now, before I introduce our next speaker, I just actually want to apologize for saying that y'all were not giving Seattle, y'all were giving good, because actually, this is what I wish Seattle would give. So y'all are giving Seattle. So cheer for yourselves. Cheer for yourselves. Look at y'all being unpassionate, unmundane. Look at y'all with the energy. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. So next up, I would like to introduce Brenda Rodriguez Lopez, who is an undocumented queer color. She arrived in the United States at the age of 9 when her family left her home country of Mexico. She began organizing her community as a response to the deep racism and xenophobia she experienced growing up in rural Washington. Let us welcome her.
Hi everyone. I drove 3.5 hours to be heard, so thank you so much for being here today. I have lived in Eastern Washington for over 20 years with my family ever since I arrived to this country. And we're still organizing to build that infrastructure. The nearest clinic that we have is 30 miles away. The nearest abortion clinic that we have is 50 miles away. And for farm worker communities, that's a day that folks have to take out of work, a day that we don't get paid for, a day that puts us back on the bills. I come from a generation of women who have birthed people into this world that never had the option to choose if that is what they wanted for themselves. So when I saw the positive pregnancy test, I felt overwhelmed. I felt like I didn't know what to do. And for a moment, I contemplated continuing that legacy of birthing children that I was not ready for and I didn't want. And in that moment, I had a choice. And I chose the choice that was right for me, was to get an abortion. As undocumented, without access to health care, and very much afraid that my abortion would be used against me by immigration, I didn't know where to go. I was barely getting on my feet financially, and when I got a quote for over $1,000 to get an abortion at the nearest clinic, I had to work for weeks to save money and be able to access that service. And that is the reality for so many undocumented people in the state of Washington who are still uninsured. To anyone who has ever had an abortion, who's thinking about getting an abortion, who wants to get an abortion, who feels shame or is afraid to do so, please look around. You are so loved and supported. And your choice is the right choice. Reproductive justice is racial justice, is immigrant justice. And as our freedom fighter, Alejandra Pablos, a reproductive justice organizer at the forefront of this movement in the state of Arizona, and who has been fighting her deportation for 10 years, has reminded us that this moment, and in this moment, we are fighting policing. Policing of our wombs, policing of our bodies, policing of our lives, of our sexuality. And we cannot win if we are not organizing at the intersections of our oppression. The most vulnerable people that are impacted by laws like this are undocumented immigrant people who live in border states, who have to cross state lines to access gender-affirming care, abortions. That puts them in direct contact with CBP checkpoints and places them in deportation proceedings, because we are punished twice, one by the state and another by the immigration system. So we are in a moment in Washington state where we have the choice to stand in the right side of history. And solidarity looks like, one, passing laws that protect people from facing extradition to another state for persecution for performing, assisting, or receiving an abortion and gender-affirming health care. 2, the state of Washington must continue to fund the abortion infrastructure, which includes abortion providers, abortion access funds, and the community education and outreach that is crucial for any of us to feel safe and empowered to seek an abortion. And the state must continue to fulfill their commitment to build a Medicaid-like system for undocumented people like myself so that we can too have access to health care. We have a long fight ahead of us, and as we move towards liberation, we must ground ourselves in the Black movement, liberation movement, by sharing into the space the words of a freedom fighter, Assata Shakur. So please repeat after me. It is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to win. It is our duty to win. We must love each other and support each other. We must love each other and support each other. We have nothing to lose but our chains. 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 Thank you.
Beautiful. Also, shout out to all y'all signs. Y'all signs are so dope. I just see so many good signs. So many good signs. Some of y'all signs like have a conversation with each other. Like we got, they lied. And then we got, what the fuck? So, I like these signs. These signs are dope. But, let me welcome our next speaker, Dr. Sarah Prager. And while I'm in backstage with them, y'all, they're saying like these ones are funny, y'all. Like, they're cracking me up. But Sarah Prager has been providing abortion since 1997. She's a professor of obstetrics and gynecology at the University of Washington and provides abortions there and at Cedar River Clinics. She has long been committed to helping pregnant people with whatever they need to be safe and healthy. She is also committed to teaching others about abortion and has trained dozens of students, residents, advanced practice clinicians, and other providers how to do abortion. She also runs the fellowship in complex family planning at the University of Washington and helps support a similar fellowship in Adidas. Let me retry that, y'all. Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Let us welcome her.
Of Washington and at the Cedar River Clinics. And I provide abortion and other essential health care for pregnant people. Cedar River Clinics is an independent clinic, and independent clinics provide 3 out of every 5 abortions in this country. GYNs, we are family medicine doctors, and we are advanced practice clinicians, and we are all proud abortion providers. Cedar River Clinics has been providing first and second trimester abortions for 43 years in Washington. And we provide care for residents in our state and for people who have to travel out of their oppressive states to get care. Our staff and our clinicians at Cedar River Clinics are committed to continuing to provide abortion care in Washington, even if abortion becomes more restricted or illegal elsewhere in the country. We want to serve our residents and anyone who cannot access abortion where they live. Since September 1st, when SB 8 made abortion virtually inaccessible in Texas, we have been seeing more patients coming from there specifically for care here in Washington. We had one patient who traveled first to Louisiana for a medication abortion, only once she was back in Texas to discover it had failed and she was still pregnant at 12 weeks, not able to get an abortion in Texas. She then came here to the Cedar River Clinics for an abortion at 16 weeks. It took 4 more weeks to raise the money to get here, only to find that her blood count levels were so low it would be dangerous to do her procedure in the clinic. Fortunately, we were able to arrange for her to see me at the University of Washington, where I arranged for a blood transfusion so she could go and safely get her abortion. In an ideal world, this patient could have had her abortion in Texas, had routine follow-up if there was a problem, but that was not possible. This story highlights how quickly things can become problematic for people when abortion is illegal and inaccessible. It also highlights how important it is for all of us to work together across all of healthcare and activism and legal systems and all of us in this community to provide high-quality, safe care. Everyone has been asking me, what can I do to help? First of all, thank you for showing up here. One thing you can do if you are able is to donate money to support access to abortion. You can donate to the Northwest Abortion Access Fund, and you now know what that is and what it does. You can donate directly to Cedar River Clinic and other clinics. You can help us prepare for the influx of patients we're expecting from out of state. Some projections say we will see a 300% increase in the number of people needing abortion in Washington. For years, we've been providing abortions for people from throughout our region, particularly Alaska and Idaho, and we will continue to do so as pregnant people become increasingly targeted in other states. Perhaps even more important, as you have also heard today, please vote. Our human rights, our civil rights, our social rights appear to only be as good as the last election. Please vote to ensure Washington remains a state with legal protections for abortion. Please vote for pro-choice candidates, pro-abortion candidates, and vote in protest to this dangerous and regressive Supreme Court decision. Vote to show our numbers and how much power we hold in this country. If you are especially motivated, run for office. The majority of Americans support access to abortion. Let's have that represented among our elected officials. The end of abortion. There has always been abortion, and there will always be abortion. And Roe v. Wade was never enough. Many people with marginalized identities, like people who are Black, Indigenous, other people of color, people who are low income or from rural communities, and people who are LGBTQ+, have never had meaningful access to abortion. Justice Alito is right that the word abortion appears nowhere in the Constitution. You know what else? What doesn't? The word woman. Or the word freedom. While this is a nightmare scenario, it is also an opportunity for us to create a stronger and a better future that includes explicit constitutional protections for abortion and other health care that is necessary and for the human and civil rights of all people. A right, not a privilege, and a care. In that world, all people would be treated with respect and have control over their own bodies and medical decisions. Let's create that world. Thank you.
Okay, couple things. So, the keys, I still got the keys. Any other lost and found things that come get collected here, they will be at the Planned Parenthood building on Madison. Anything that will be collected for lost and found will be at the Madison. Will be on Madison at Planned Parenthood. Hope everybody heard. Okay, so real quick, before I introduce our last speaker, we made it through. Y'all made it through. Let us.
Okay, Oberon Zell, founder and primate of the world's first legally incorporated pagan church in 1968, the Church of All Worlds. He is going to speak on encyclical reproductive rights.
Good afternoon. I'm Oberon Zell, founder and primate of the Church of All Worlds. As she said, the first legally incorporated pagan church founded in 1962. And I will be sharing with you the first of only 2 encyclicals ever put out by the Church of All Worlds. It was written in May of 1993 by 5 priestesses: Anadea Judith, High Priestess and President; Diane Darling, editrix of Green Egg; Anna Korn, Willow Oak Esterwood, and my beloved life mate, Morning Glory Zell. Among them, these women have lived all of the following salient experiences: abortion, live birth, midwifery, raising one's own child, raising another's child through adoption or step-parenting, giving up a child for adoption, miscarriage, successful birth control, and sterilization. Yesterday was the 8th anniversary of Morning Glory's death. It is in her honor that I share with you these passionate words of wisdom. Although some of the language may seem antiquated, please keep in mind that this was written 3 decades ago in a former century with different sensibilities. Consider it an historical document, like the Declaration of Independence, and thus I present it verbatim. The Church of All Worlds encyclical on reproductive rights. The Church of All Worlds supports a variety of spiritual experiences, knowing that diversity brings richness and stability to organizations as it does to ecosystems. Therefore, the writing of an official position paper is a novel and difficult thing. Yet in light of the old axiom that a people who will not stand for something will fall for anything, we feel impelled to take a stand against the threat to deny women their right to control their own bodies and the timing of their offspring. One of the few pieces of dogma, if you can call it that the Church of All Worlds does hold is the sanctity of the goddess. Fundamental to the goddess is Great Mother, the first and oldest, is the wonder of reproduction. The miracle of a body producing life, whether it is the body of the earth, of an animal, a plant, or a human being, is feminine divinity manifest. The goddess is sacred. So are all aspects of her fertility. Yet today's cultures do not regard mortal women's reproductive ability with anything approaching this sense of sanctity. Too many women have been molested as children, raped as adults, beaten as mothers, relegated to low-paying jobs, denied birth control by religious and political institutions, and threatened with denial of the right to terminate pregnancy. Prenatal care is often hard for poor women to obtain, and birthing is dominated by a gender that has never experienced it. Mothers are frequently alone, poor, undereducated, too young, or otherwise inadequate to the monumental task of raising a child. Social support for every aspect of human reproduction is lacking in major ways. If a woman wishes to terminate her pregnancy because of ill health, lack of emotional or financial capability to prevent her, thus forcing a child to compound and endure these adverse conditions in life, is cruel in the extreme.
Amen.
The ill effects of forcing incarnation into a body that is drug addicted or where the mother's life is threatened are pronounced. But subtle harm is also done when the body and psyche are formed in an environment flooded with the biochemical and psychological effects of maternal fear, anger, depression, resentment, rage, despair, horror, and hate. In a world already bursting with too many bodies, forcing a woman to bear a child under adverse circumstances shows a violent disregard for the sanctity of life. And disrespect for the goddess, women, and the environment. True right to life concerns the quality of existence before and after birth, as well as the health of the overall web of life stressed by human overpopulation. The presence of life permeates all creatures, from the great whale to the tiny germ. It animates the sperm and ovum as much as the zygote. Life is created by the dance of the Lord and the Lady in the photosynthetic trysting of the plants, and flows along the food chain to the animals and beyond into the dark earth again. The issue is not life per se, but one of adequate life support. It is patently obvious that if church and government were seriously concerned with the right to life, the issues of gun control, nuclear weapons, the waging of war, and environmental degradation would be addressed. Throughout history, laws governing the rights of women's reproductive capacities show a consistent correlation with patriarchal cultures and periods of military expansion. In Nineveh and Rome, it was a criminal offense for a woman to seek an abortion, but each newborn baby was placed at its father's feet that he may choose to raise it up, smash it with his foot, or order it exposed. Bearing and raising children against their wills keeps women in a dependent position and serves the continuance of patriarchal values. But the freedom to manifest intelligent timing and a well-prepared situation allows the woman to honor her responsibility as well as her health, career goals, and emotional needs. We who revere life and all that it entails, individually and collectively, face and address these problems. It is our intention and will to see the events of reproduction universally respected as sacred, and to enact the restoration of the sanctity of responsible reproductive choice. The process begins long before abortion becomes an issue, with healthy, relevant, and honest sex education for all persons. Especially teenagers. Intensive research into safe and effective means of birth control for both sexes must be funded and tested in humane ways that do not exploit women, men, or animals. Universal access to acceptable birth control methods, regardless of socio-economic status or age, is essential. As are the information, support, and means to avoid sexually transmitted diseases. It is the sacred duty of both men and women to prevent unwanted conception. The question of abortion can be largely circumvented by the religious use of birth control. Sensible counseling and high-quality, inexpensive medical support for all aspects of pregnancy are essential. A pregnant woman deserves unbiased, comprehensive information regarding options available to her. She has a right and a duty to be aware of the immediate and long-term effects of diet and drug use, of the importance of prenatal care, of the availability of alternative birthing procedures, of choices in health care, of parenting, education, and child care services, of accurate information on the adoption process, and of the medical and psychological impact of abortion. She deserves compassionate, professional support. She deserves compassionate professional support that respects her decisions and religious convictions, whatever they may be. Okay. To bring a child into the world is a commitment of utmost responsibility. To determine to terminate a pregnancy, whatever the underlying reason, is also excruciatingly difficult. A woman who has discovered herself to be pregnant deserves time and space without harassment to consider her course of action. She may wish to sort through. She may wish to sort through her options with her lovers, priestess, goddess, family, and friends. Should she decide to carry through with her pregnancy and become a mother, a woman deserves her community's unstinting support in helping her arrange appropriate medical or midwife care, make financial plans, get relationship or other counseling if desired, and then raise the child in the best environment for both of them in a celebration of the life brought into the world and of the courage of the woman who chooses to do so in a responsible manner. If she decides to continue her pregnancy and then give the baby up for adoption, a woman has the right to counseling to help see her through. Yes? Where was it? To receive through the adoption process and prepare for the moment of parting. She has the right to see, touch, and hold her baby at birth if she wishes, and both the birth mother and the child have the right of contact with each other when later the child wishes to know his or her genetic ancestry. If the decision is to terminate the pregnancy, abortion is best completed as early as possible, when the medical risk is low and before the fetus becomes an independently viable life form. Research into past lives, rebirthing, and hypnotherapy indicates that a spirit comes and goes from its growing body, starting in the second trimester, staying longer and longer towards the end of gestation. If the mother feels this, she may make peace with the spirit of the unborn. Okay, well, try to, let me just wrap it down. Sorry, I'm going to have to move on. In summary, it is ecologically, psychologically, spiritually, and politically indefensible to bring unwanted children into the world.
Thanks very much.
Alright, we're gonna beat Bayoni here, but we're not. We're gonna treat her nicely, but this one wants to be beat. So, we're gonna sing a song.
That's what it is. So, with that, I'm going to introduce one of my very, very favorite people, and it is California State Treasurer Fiona Ma.
Look at those shoes!
Thank you, Tracy. Give it up for Tracy. I also want to thank my good friend Jackie Smith for bringing out her banner. We need volunteers to carry these banners. So happy Saturday, Sacramento. Everyone feeling good? So it's been 5 years since we took the streets in a worldwide protest on January 21st, 2017. How many of us were out on the streets? And this is exactly what we feared. The majority on the U.S. Supreme Court are making decisions based on their preferences and not on precedents. Right now, they are eyeballing our ovaries. But next, they will want to manage our marriages and supervise our sexualities. Are we going to let them do that? How many of our rights are going to be rolled back during their lifetime? Overturning Roe versus Wade is not going to stop abortions, but rather lead to unsafe and deadly abortions for communities of color, low-income folks, and other marginalized communities across the United States. I'm proud that I'm part of the California Women's Legislative Caucus, and we have sponsored 13 bills so that California will be a beacon for reproductive justice. No courts, no politicians, no bans should ever take away our freedom and right to make personal medical decisions. So to the scary six, that's what we should be calling them, the scary six, on the U.S. Supreme Court, we say keep your bans off our bodies. Stay vigilant and carry on, and don't forget, June 7th is right around the corner. Make sure you vote for incumbents and candidates who support us, support choice, and support safe and legal abortions. Thank you all.
All right, I had to take a knee. Whenever I tell a new story I haven't said before, I just need a moment to process. So, another round of applause for Fiona Ma, please. Okay, so with that, we have what we call here in Sacramento County. It's basically our first family, which is Congressman Dr. Ami Berra and Dr. Janine Berra. Can we get to the stage, please? Our family in Sacramento County.
So I don't normally take these boxing gloves off. I'm going to put them back on because we're in a fight. We've done what we need to do in the House of Representatives, passing and codifying Roe as law of the land. But you know what? The Senate tried to do it and they only got 49 votes. So this election cycle, we need to go out there and pick up that 50th vote so we can actually make Roe the law of the land. Elections matter. We've got to get out there and we've got to win these things. Now, this is a family affair. I'm going to pass it off to the better Dr. Barra, who's also a board member for Planned Parenthood Marmonte. Janine.
Yay, Sacramento! Thank you for all being out here today. I'm a doctor and I help to serve the underserved, and one of the things that I just wanted to say is say abortion. Abortion is healthcare. Every family should have an opportunity to have safe, high-quality healthcare, and that includes abortion. So say abortion. Thank you.
All right, another round of applause, please.
All right, and now we're going to bring up Senator Pam. Dr. Pam, can you come out? I'm sorry, did I surprise you? I was like, did I do this right? Yes, you did. Round of applause, please, for Senator Pam.
Thank you. Well, I'm thrilled to join you here today. Well, not thrilled for the reason, unfortunately, but I'm thrilled to join you today because we need to stand up against the right wing that is trying to take away your rights, our rights. We are here to say that abortion is healthcare. Now, I know you just heard from a couple of doctors. Here's another doctor, but I'll tell you, the medical community is with you. 12 leading medical associations, including the American Medical Association, submitted an amicus brief that specifically says abortion is safe medical care. And the decision to have an abortion should be between the patient and their doctor, not government, not the Supreme Court, not Congress. So the doctors are with you, but you know what? We are the American people. It's us here, because 8 out of 10 Americans oppose overturning Roe versus Wade. We are the American people. And elected leaders need to know that. Now, I'll also give you another piece of evidence about how important choice is. So, you know, I'm currently the state senator. I'm Dr. Richard Pan. I represent actually here in the capital, this area. When I first ran for office back in 2010, I actually ran in a Republican seat. There were 28-year Republican seat, more Republicans than Democrats that seat. And I ran on women's reproductive rights. And people said, how can you run on women's reproductive rights in a Republican seat and expect to win? But guess what? I was the only Democrat to win a Republican seat in any state or federal race in 2010 because the women's right to reproductive rights is a winning issue. And we're going to show them that again this year. We know that these rights are important and that people will vote for candidates who support these rights. And so this is not, of course, we're here today, but we have to keep fighting. We have to keep fighting through this year. Be sure we tell all our friends and family, both here in California and beyond, across the country, they need to turn out and vote. We got to show that Supreme Court, that minority of MAGA Republicans, that they are the minority, and the majority will not put up with this. We've had enough of the lies and deceits of the MAGA Republicans. Right? Joe Biden is the rightfully elected president. President Obama is a born American, and abortion is health care. These are truths. We've had enough of the lies. And by the way, for all the Supreme Court justices, when you went and swore under oath, 50 years of precedents, which you said that you would defend stare decisis for all of the legal scholars here. What happened to that? Stop lying, stop deceiving the people of America. So let's remind them at the ballot box this year, this is not over. We will fight Abortion is legal right now, and we will keep it that way. So thank you for being here. I stand with my colleagues in the legislature. I know you heard from Pro Tem Atkins. We're going to fight to pass legislation to protect these rights, but we need to continue this fight across the country. We're going to show them, right? All right, let's do it. Thank you.
Some spiritual language. Does that tie into your spirituality at all? Or do you feel like that's just entirely separate?
Oh, does what tie into my spirituality?
Kind of like you use a lot of kind of, I have my own holiness, I am my own, and I'm just full disclosure, I'm like loosely pagan, so I get that. No judgment. I was just curious, like, does that tie into your spirituality and all? Of course, we keep that separate from our laws, but...
Okay, so I guess I'm bringing my own spirituality into it in my conversation with Christianity, but it's with the presence of spirituality in anyone's life or the absence of it. It's all contained within them. My greatest point is that we are self-contained beings, and completely autonomous. So whether or not there is spirituality present, that's not anyone else's business.
Absolutely. Huge agree. So I wanted to know, how did you feel when this news broke, when this leak happened?
I felt ill. I felt shock, but not surprise. I felt like I was like in a tank, like water, like I felt like submerged, and a bit cagey, because there's a lot of institutional momentum behind this decision that's coming. And like a pit of energy, which could be transformed to something positive.
Absolutely. We talk about the importance of anger or any of those like negative emotions. They're saying something to you. You need to do something about it, not, kind of simmer down, not calm down, but channel it somehow. So, do you feel this impacts you personally? Has this impacted any of your relationships by chance?
So, I live in DC, so technically at this time I am not immediately affected by it, and I'm not aware of anyone right now who's in a position where they're in Texas or they're in Mississippi or a state that is ramping up. Texas are already doing it with 6-week abortion or 6-week deadline, which is not enough time. Right, and I will say the cycles with Texas cycles are such that I'll just say, like, my cycles are not on time and they're not planned. Like, it has stress and different things affect it, so it's another. Okay, so I'm gonna get back on point. I don't have any immediate things happening to me, but I'm aware of people right now in places like Texas that are in positions where they're not able to be safe and have autonomy over the next day of their lives.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's happening right now.
Absolutely. The last thing I want to ask you is, I noticed that you use the language birthing bodies, and I focus on gender and everything, and we've been kind of talking about inclusive language and how important that is to acknowledge, like, this definitely impacts trans men and non-binary people. Yes. Is that a shift that you started having recently? What brought your attention to that?
Sure. I'm continuing my education on people and on the truth of people's identity, even just with in 2018, I wouldn't have thought to say birthing people. Yeah. So that's something that has come from some education that I've gone down roads towards. And my greatest belief for people's identity and people's truths is that I think holding space for people to physically stand in their own identity saves lives, and everyone deserves it. So these realities of what we're going through, especially with reproductive health, affect everyone who is able to reproduce. So that there is no fence. It's a reality for those who can reproduce, and then they are absolutely, I stand shoulder to shoulder with those people. There's no identity to that. That's a fence. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your beautiful sign, and I hope you have a great day.
Yeah. Can I listen to your whatever you're doing, or is it live?
This is live. You can find me at Lumirue, Lumirue. The VOD will be up. But
thank you so much.
Thank
for
you.
Taking your time.
Yeah, absolutely. Alrighty.
They flooded into the streets, not just once, but over and over and over again, in relentless struggle. They went up against very patriarchal, very Christian-controlled societies. And by getting into the streets and not backing down and growing, they won! They decriminalized abortion! And I'm not talking about a long time ago, I'm talking about in just recent history. That is what we need here. And that is what the green bandana signifies. I love that I see so many people wearing the green, wearing the bandana. It's not just a symbol of saying I'm pro-choice. It's a pledge. It's a pledge. It's the fighting pledge of being in the streets and not backing down until we secure this right. We will make it clear to the woman haters on the Supreme Court and everywhere else that if they take away the right to abortion, if they try to take away the right to abortion, their society will be prevented from functioning at all. And this is the beginning. But let's not talk falsely now. Thank you. The hour is getting late, and this is not nearly enough people. This needs to build wave upon wave. I'm going to be talking about the next steps. And I want to say right now, it is fucking awesome and beautiful that people are here today.
Yeah!
We need organizers. We need people with different skills to step forward and be a part of this movement. Come together with us at these actions. Message us through our social media to get connected. We need not just people who can be on the mic and chant and hold signs. We need people who are going to fight for this position of overturn Roe. Hell no, we're going to stop them. We need a whole logistical team. We have some very dedicated older people who know what it was like when they didn't have Roe v. Wade in this country. And a lot of them are doing a lot of heavy lifting. We need some young, able-bodied people to step forward. Come on! And take the baton. Take the baton.
Comment, please.
There is a crying need, so I just want to put that out before we go on any further. It's up to us. It's up to us to reach the millions of people who need to be here with us. We're asking everyone everywhere, and what we're about to do today is to raise your voice and raise hell. On Thursday, May 19th, it's a national green up and walkout. That's this Thursday.
The anti-abortion.
Everyone, wear and display green everywhere.
They're so fucking extra. Matthew's here with his loud ass speaker.
Think big. Students and youth, walk out of school
then head downtown to spread the word. That is what we are doing nationwide. Then the next Thursday, May 26th, it's a day that we shut it down. Nationwide. At noon, leave work, leave school, converge in the streets, no business as usual. And again, I want to announce to everybody that we're going to be coming back here. We're going to be coming back here. This is where the march is going to end. And then we're going to have, but I know a lot of you have been here for like 2 hours already, so we want to get marching. And then we're going to come back and we have a great lineup of speakers from several different colleges and high schools. Why don't you all say which schools you're from? Right now? And they've been taking up a lot of responsibility to make these school walkouts happen. Everybody, now is the time for applause. Give them a hand. My name's Karen. I'm from Seattle University. Yeah! Thank you. I'm Penelope, and I'm from Shorecrest High School. Yeah! I'm Allie, and I'm from Seattle Central. Yeah! I'm Megan. I'm Lizzie. We're from University. You know. Yeah! I'm Isabel. I'm also from UW. I'm Molly from University of Washington.
I just want to say, I haven't been to my Thursday English class in like weeks. So, I still have a decent grade, so you guys should also walk out.
Yeah! Okay. Since we're here, okay, y'all, we want to march. If there's a march that goes by here, we want to get into this march really quickly, okay? But I do want you to hear from one of the students first before we kick off. All right. Yeah, this is Penelope from Shorecrest High School. She organized a walkout almost single-handedly at her high school 2 weeks ago.
Alrighty, I'm going to repeat some things that have already been said that you know because that's why you're here. The Supreme Court is currently on the track to take away our abortive rights. That is unacceptable. Yes, boo! They prematurely released a decision saying that they would overturn Roe v. Wade. This is an attack on people with uteruses' rights to health care, on my health care, an attack on our privacy, on our right to privacy in health care. And don't get me wrong, this is a human right.
Yeah!
What we do with our bodies is not the government's business. This motion would also lead to escalating attacks on contraception, LGBTQ+ rights, voting rights, on the lives of black people and other people of color, and on immigrants. This is not allowed. This must not be allowed. Only us, only the people can stop this.
Facts.
That is why you are all here today. If you get pregnant, no matter what your situation is, if you are in... Tear gas!
Oh shit, you guys! Oh fuck! What the fuck is going on? Fuck! You guys keep walking, keep going, you guys. It's fucking bad. Keep going. Okay, someone just fucking tear gassed the fuck out of the crowd. I think it was the fucking anti-abortion. Nobody put milk in their eyes or anything. Just fucking blink it out. Just blink it out. Yeah, don't put any water or milk in your eyes. Just blink it out. Come on. Fuck, sorry. Someone just fucking put fucking tear gas. It's so fucking bad. It's still coming over here, y'all. It's
fucking bad. It's the fucking anti-abortion people, bro. They keep getting more and more aggressive. Oh, we've been doing this for months and they keep getting more and more aggressive every fucking time. Let's just soak it. Everybody had to exit the whole fucking area, bro. Somebody's there's a fucking anti-abortion outfit, bro.
No, I didn't.
Fucking bullshit! Yeah, it is.
What was that? Is fucking bullshit!
Beatrice! They're doing it again and again! It is the fucking antis! They keep macing our fucking comrades! That was the antis, right? What? That was the anti-abortion people that did that, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, the antis are fucking macing everybody up here. Get the fuck out of here!
The Lord said,
fuck you!
Don't fornicate!
Fuck you, bitch!
The word of God says, you don't fornicate, so you don't have to kill. See, all you have to do is listen to God. And listen to what He has to say.
Fuck that shit. Sorry, I didn't mean to keep that on.
Put it in the trash.
Yeah, fuck them. They're not getting this shit back. You're being hella fucking aggressive, dog.
He died for you. Jesus was aborted on the cross. He said supports abortion. There's recipes for abortion. The kingdom of God is at hand. Read the fucking Bible, you piece of shit. Get the fuck out.
He loves you. You come here over and
I
over.
pray. I pray for a blessing over your life. God prospers you. I pray that He gives you the best thing that you can ask for. I pray for a blessing over your life. You are awesome. You are God's child. You have a purpose, and your kid has a purpose. You have a purpose. You have a beautiful purpose. God's purpose is better for you.
Let me rape you with you. There go the fucking antis being fucking super aggressive, motherfuckers.
Not your choice! Not your body!
Oh my
Not
God,
your choice!
so
Not your body! Not your choice!
Yeah, we put their fucking sign in the garbage.
Alleys in the night, for safe choices we will fight!
No back alleys in the night, for safe choices we will fight.
No back alleys in the night, for safe choices we will fight!
Fuck the courts and the legislature, I am not an incubator.
Fuck the courts and the legislature, I am not an incubator!
You're only banning safe abortion. That's the one.
All right, people. I'm here to tell you that your right to your bodily autonomy is the essence of consent. For me, the journey to this understanding has taken a while. I've been pregnant 3 times, every single time while I was taking birth control. And when I found out I was pregnant for the 3rd time, I had a really important choice to make because I didn't really know if I should keep this child. And for me, at that time, the answer was yes. And I also made a deal with myself that the minute I could, as soon as I was done giving birth, I was going to get my fertility ended. So when I started planning for my tubal ligation, I felt like I really needed to honor my generative capacity before I let it go. And in the search for some kind of ritual, some kind of spiritual acknowledgement that I would be passing over a threshold from which I could not return, I discovered goddess-centered spiritual practices and their inherent link to the cycles of life and death on this planet. And it blew my mind. I learned about natural reproduction and wise women and herbal abortifacients, and I realized that people have been making choices about their pregnancies for all of human history. When and how and if to have a child has always been a deeply personal decision. Now, when I first started thinking about abortion and reproductive rights, I thought, oh, well, maybe I could parse this out. Maybe, the life of the mother, right? And this is a bunch of crap. I came to realize that this is absolutely a distraction. I was willing to give parts of myself away to bargain for the idea that I could have some kind of safe abortion if I really needed one. And that by making sensible decisions about how to conduct my sexual life, that I could make my request for safe abortion access more palatable to authority. But now I realize that argument is totally a red herring. It is not about any of those things. Your right to your abortion, your right to your family planning, your right to your body is absolutely about your right to consent. Now I'm just going to kind of remind you about what is in this piece of crap that passes for the current justification for overturning Roe v. Wade. All right. So we suffer under the rancid idea that our bodies are property to be controlled. In Justice Samuel Alito's view, his legal justification for overturning Roe v. Wade includes multiple references to a guy named Sir Matthew Hale, a reprehensible witch burner of the late 1600s, who is infamous for his legal ideas that women are in fact property, first of their fathers and then of their husbands, that marital rape is justified and a natural course of marriage, and that single women are an unnatural presence and a destabilizing influence since they are susceptible to immorality and becoming a satanic force in the community. These are his own words, right? What? Alito also references Henry de Bracton, a 13th century jurist who also advocated burning people alive, as well as the greatness of monarchs, the value of slavery, the certainty that children, quote, born of prohibited intercourse are fit for nothing. This ridiculous waste of skin is referenced no less than 6 times in Justice Alito's leaked draft ruling. 6 times! What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Right? This is supposed to be wise legal jurisprudence?
What?
It's ridiculous. So, in fact, it's interesting that Hale advocated for a place for abortion in common law of the time, suggesting that it was justifiable until a pregnancy has quickened, right? Nothing like cherry picking only the greatest hits that serve your argument, Alito? Impartial much. Fuck you, Alito! Fuck you! Fuck you, Alito! This drive to deny our consent and regulate our bodies is based on the idea of controlling resources. Controlling resources. That's us, ladies. And anybody with a uterus. And they attempt to justify it by using radical Christian dogma. They want to control us. They are deeply suspicious of our power, of our mysteries, of the inexhaustible, implacable yin that rises from estrogen. They envy our stamina, our drive, and all our productive capacities in the kitchen, in the workplace, and in the bedroom.
Fuck that! Fuck that!
We are resource generators. They want it for their own. They literally want all the fruits of our labors. And the babies that aren't upheld as, oh, precious gifts of life by old white hypocrites are still useful as members of the great unwashed, the dregs of society, the lower classes, who are designed to be scapegoats and whose misery has been engineered and developed and mined for generations. I mean, you can't blame an underclass if you don't have an underclass, right?
Right.
So now we, as witches and pagans, have a unique set of tools in which to turn this tide. We respect the generative forces of belief. We know how to gather carefully and concentrate power. We're doing it right now. Yin gives us power, deep, implacable power, an inexhaustible wellspring of power. The power to generate and nurture all life, ours and other beings. We invoke our goddesses and gods and the powers of the earth and sky to create a better life for ourselves and our beloveds. We stand on the shoulders of our ancestors, growing in our strength from their rooted experiences. Their wisdom lives on through each and every one of us. Their sacrifices give our lives meaning. We channel that power, raise that energy, and use it to gather. Use it to march. Use it through spellcraft. Use it to stand sovereign and whole and ungovernable. I am a witch. I have a womb. And I do not consent. 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 I do not consent.
In Kern, that we all know that pro-choice is the way to go. I'm the proud parent of these two, right? I was able to make the choice of how and when I would start my own family, and I'm terrified that my children will not be afforded the same rights and the same resources. We are here with our children, our mothers, our sisters. We stand in solidarity with women across this country. And as Californians, we cannot be complacent, knowing that our state will have us covered. None of us are free until all of us are free. This has been a huge wake-up call. What do we do? We fight like hell. My favorite Planned Parenthood t-shirt says, "Do it in the voting booth." And we will. We will register voters. We will educate and mobilize voters for the June 7th elections as well as the November elections. We will have to work harder than ever to ensure that we can send electeds to Sacramento and Washington, D.C. to fight for choice. So for those of you that aren't connected and don't know how, please visit our booth or doloreshuerta.org. We have a GOTV landing page. Get out the vote. We have many options to get involved. You can go door-to-door canvassing. You can phone bank. You can text bank. We must get out the vote. This is imperative. So please visit us and join us. We can do this, right? ¿Se puede? ¿Se puede?
Sí se puede.
Sí se puede. Thank you.
Thank you, Camila, Nimani, and Omari.
These people are having a memorial of life. They were just having their moment. So if we could all just say a moment of silence and something to honor that, just for 2 seconds.
We would just like to show a moment of solidarity with the gathering here that's about to do a moment of silence. So we will respectfully take a pause in the program, and if everyone can, just keep it down for
So guys, outside of the Austin, Texas Convention Center, hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Doing good, how are you feeling?
Good, how are you?
I'm an independent journalist, so I'm feeling pretty good, just following the crowd, asking folks how they're feeling about today. Are you here for the Trump rally, or are you here with them?
We're actually just biking around Austin.
Oh, I see.
But I am extremely moved by this.
Protests that happened here, and I assume you've been out to previous protests before that. How do you feel about this one in comparison to the others?
Well, I've been out here recently about voting rights. I've been out since October, when they were coming every 2 weeks to the Supreme Court for voting rights. And that's what I'm out here today about, voting rights. It's amazing because I've been to a lot of protests when it's black people. They don't ask you twice to get out the street. They ask you once. If they ask you and they push you, they arrest you, they walk white people down the street just now.
There's a much stronger response.
Yes, a stronger physical response. They allowed them, and even after they got everybody out the street, the women still went back in the street again. They told me, hey, get out the street. No. They already told you to get out the street. If it was us,
Yeah, absolutely.
I've been to a lot of them, I know. That's why I'm over here, and that's why I'm standing next to the police over here. So something go down, I'm gonna be over here with you and jump the boat. I'm serious. I know my body too old to be hit on. No, but this is my right to protest that they don't want me to do. So.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. So in terms of voting rights, are you looking for, I know there have been issues around voter IDs and gerrymandering. Is that your primary focus, or is there another element to it?
The John Lewis bill, H.R. 1, S.R. 1, that did not pass because of Manchin and Seminole. Okay, pass it. The filibuster. Get rid of it, because McConnell was going to do it the minute. I mean, this stuff started, I was across the street with Gore and Bush, me and my father, out there when that verdict came down for that protesting against that in December, all the way back then. It started then. They got away with stealing the election then. And then when McConnell would not do his constitutional right, because they said it constitutionally. What it says is the Senate is supposed to, what's the exact wording? In other words, you're supposed to look over it. And then you make a judgment one way or the other. He didn't even do that. He didn't give Garland a hearing. So he was allowed to rewrite the Constitution, and the GOP said, oh, it's on now. And look what they've been doing ever since. Come on, think about it. Think about it. So what they're going to do now? They're going to rewrite some more.
So obviously this has been a long movement towards taking away rights. We've got voting rights. We've had the issues with police brutality, and this, of course, hitting now. And yeah, absolutely. Are you worried for additional rights falling after this?
You talking to a black woman. What you talking about additional rights? It's you, white woman, that had the rights that you thought. But the white man is letting you know, no, no, no. Just like the beginning of this country. You didn't have right, white women. You did not. You was considered your husband's property. Just like we were. And they're going to bring it back. So, what? But we always survive. We always survive. But they're after the white woman because when they did affirmative action, that was supposed to be for the black and the brown people. And they put white woman in there. White woman got it. She got the affirmative action jobs. She got to be the white man's boss. She brought home more money than the white man. And she stopped having babies. Oh, now that did it. I'm just saying.
All right, thank you. Is there anything else you'd like people to know, be aware of?
Yes. Don't be fooled. They've been doing it to us for how long? We go register to vote, and when we go to vote in November, our names are on the roll. Then our votes, you get that preliminary, what's the ballot? Provisional ballot, and then they don't end up counting it. And what is that going to do? That's going to get all of them in. So if Congress did not pass that John Lewis bill to protect that, you can come out here and walk up and down the street. Ask black people, how long we been walking up and down the street? Look at that, 50 years. This right here, I was there for the 50th anniversary walking across the bridge in Selma. I was there, me and my grandson. Why are we still doing it? Why? But if the force ever come together, women, blacks, and whatever else other than white males,
Thank you. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your thoughts. I appreciate it. And I love your
I need to drink some water now. Right in here is a Trump rally convention going on, which is why these protesters are out here right now.
care, safe abortions, until we can change the tide on the legal level. Whether that's providing travel assistance, anything that they need, so that we don't have people dying. We don't have women dying just so that they can control their lives. I'm sorry that this is why we're here today. No one can tell you what to do with your body. No one should. No man, no woman, no child. And what I think it's important to focus on this is never, and it's already been said today, this has never been about the right to life. If this was about the right to life, we wouldn't be fighting the right-wing America so hard to provide decent health care, even prenatal assistance, child care, preschool.
Formula.
We would be fighting them to obtain these things. This has always been, and it will always be, about keeping women down, about subjugating the poor, minorities, because it's been said, the rich will still obtain abortions, they'll throw them on planes, and it'll be included in a spa day, courtesy of Santa Monica. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a lot of work ahead of us. I'm tired, I know you're tired too, but lives are on the line, our future is on the line, and I'm glad to be here with you to do the heavy lifting moving forward so that we can be a better country. We as women can survive this. We as minorities can survive this. We as Americans can survive this. Thank you.
When does life?
Can you hear? Probably not here. Oh, here we go. Yeah, they wasn't getting enough attention. Oh my gosh, this woman. This person just wants attention. So overwhelmed. Trans lives matter. This was pretty spontaneous, I think. I don't think a TERF was talking. But people are trying to hide the anti-abortion sign. Crowd them out. Disrupt them. Oh shit. Oh, here we are. Not worth the time.
He's pro-life. A bunch of other ones have left already, but if you want to get...
Oh, pointing out the pro-lifers to the media, I think. Don't cover that person. Quote numbers of them. What are you referring to? Chris Huggy, that's good to hear.
I don't know what the fuck. Please leave a message, and when he gets a goddamn minute, he'll get back to you.
That we explain that this is what's going on. There are people just here, coming through. We've seen it. Been there, done that with these separations, these people that they send to be disruptive, to be provocative, to
the guy with the Jesus sign said, don't put me against the soul. Keep your hands off my body. He said his body is yours.
Live streaming what on what?
It's twitch.tv. My username is Lumire, Lumirue, and that's my Twitter too, but with LUV at the end. Also my Instagram. You can find me any of those places. And so this is live, but it'll be in the VOD.
Yeah.
So, chat loved you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for your thoughts. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
What's the deal that they have to come out of here?
The last woman we just interviewed came back over to ask where we're at.
Except that that's the deal. And then ask who's behind them, who are they connected to. This is not some solitary crazy black nun or Christian fundamentalists. These are people who are like the pit bull for these beasts. You get me? And so it's like, let's just tell it like it is. Let's just call it out. You know, with Nadine, where she's blocking the reporters, it's, you know, that's like, freedom of whatever. It's like, but no, if it's Breitbart or if it's these, you know, all right, we got a story over here. So, and it's like, so yeah, you understand? It's like, you know, besides blocking them, call the person out so that he's recognized by everybody. Yeah. Or by some of the regulars, anyway. You understand what I'm saying? That's what we need to be smarter with it. Yep. We're the same people, and they're the same people, but they, each and every time, they get to disrupt. Yes. How and why? I've been to many of pro-life, you know. Well, I mean, but then we can't beat them down or whatever. So, you know, but it's like, no, you know, we should be prepared. Well, ignore them and/or some. We have to figure out how to shut them down. So, you know, there is a way. I'm thinking, you know, there is a way. What is it? How, you know, we can put it together. You know, and you know, just to say, like, here, we know you from this, from that. Call him out. Do the research on who this person is. He's getting paid. His volition, or you know, his deep-seated spiritual whatever. You know, he's you know, the Heritage Foundation or whatever sent him. Or something, you know, something like
I think I smell some weed. I'm sorry, excuse me. Uh-oh, what happened? What? What are they doing?
Cake begins at inception.
Oh my gosh.
Everybody coming out.
No. Look at this! What is this?
Oh my, something like that. Smile, oh my.
That's flowers!
Are there more actions?
Everybody!
I'm not sure that there's anything tomorrow. I honestly it's like I love
Life does not begin at That's right. You are now forced to put this in the oven. I must force you to put this in the oven now. These are cake.
This is
You cannot throw that away. You must bake it. You have to bake it.
But my oven doesn't work.
No.
Oh my god. Oh no.
Jesus will save your oven. Put this in the oven.
Oh my god.
Mom's Betty Crocker cookbook. This is a cake. The word must be true.
It is satire, yeah.
From my mom.
Let's eat it then.
That's right. Let's eat this goddamn cake.
Looks delicious.
Walker, take a bite.
Oh my god.
Eat that cake. 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 Eat that cake.
What
cannot wave the cake. You cannot do that.
Well, it's almost as if they're all full of shit, aren't they?
What the fuck?
This is the thing. I want to talk about the liberal indoctrination. They're trying to silence us. And that is why we need to say the quiet part out loud. Hell no! House road! Hell no! House road! Hell no! House road!
Sorry.
The church, not the state. The state, people will decide their fate. Not the church, not the state. People will decide their fate. Not the church, not the state. People will decide their fate. Hands off, Roe v. Wade.
There goes Lonnie. I love Lonnie.
Pregnant people to be forced to give birth against their will. Let's go.
Fuck them. Fuck security. Where are they? Yeah. Where are they?
Ready to go?
Jesus isn't gonna fuck you. Everybody up front to pass the word to the people at the back. We're going to do a diet. We're going to sit or lay down on the ground for women who have died from abortion. Fuck the church! Fuck the state!
That's what Matthew does to people, but he's supposed to be a Christian. But he's supposed to be a Christian. Yeah, there you go, Susan. Alright, time for the diet.
This diet is to serve as an imagery to how unsafe abortion has killed women in the past. This was the reality before Roe v. Wade, and this is how it would be if we don't go out in the streets and fight for our rights. So in this 73 seconds, I will be reading 3 stories of women that died from having no access to basic health care. Becky Bell. At 17, Becky became a victim of an Indiana state law requiring parental consent for a minor to obtain an abortion. Unable to bring herself to disappoint her parents by telling them she was pregnant or go before a judge to bypass the law, Becky sought an illegal abortion. When she became seriously ill, her parents rushed her to the hospital. In severe pain from a massive infection, Becky still could not tell them, and despite the efforts of the doctors, she died. Savita Halapanavar was a 31-year-old dentist, repeatedly asked doctors in the Galway hospital to terminate her 17-week fetus. Though she was literally in the process of miscarrying a fetus, the hospital refused to take any action as long as there was a fetal heart, with one nurse reminding the patient that Ireland is a Catholic country. Halapanavar died a few days later. The tragedy justifiably sparked international protests against Ireland's draconian abortion policies. Rosie Jimenez, a single mother with 5-year-old daughter, Rosie Jimenez of McAllen, Texas, was a scholarship student 6 months away from her teaching credential. She was the first known victim of the Hyde Amendment, which cut off Medicaid funding for abortion to women on public assistance. Women who, by the government's own definition, could not afford health care. Too poor to pay for the procedure at a private clinic, she died in agony from a botched illegal abortion. Abortion bans do not end abortions. They only end safe abortions. When abortion is not made easily available, people are forced to take matters into their own hands. And out of desperation, take drastic steps like drinking rat poison, throwing themselves down the stairs, or using a coat hanger to induce their abortions. We cannot allow this. We must defend this right.
Hey, Susan, I'm so sad you're not. Hell no! Hey, you're here. Hell no! Hell no! Hell no! Hell no! Hell no!
Abortion rights for abortion rights. Rise up! Rise up! Rise up for abortion rights for abortion rights.
Hey, so good to see you. Abortion rights for abortion rights. Rise up! Rise up! Rise up! Sorry, honey, excuse me. Sorry, excuse me. Excuse me. Sorry. Can I get through? Excuse me. Sorry, thank you, sorry. Jesus.
Rise for abortion, rise for abortion, rise up!
Rise up!
Rise up for abortion, rise.
Can you try to move up front? You guys slow down. Oh. Yeah, hold on. Stop for a little bit. Can you guys try to go to the front with the sign? Can you try to go to the front with the sign? gonna get him to slow down so you can catch up.
Rise up! Rise up!
They're
Post-road, hell no! 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 Not the church, not the state. People will decide their fate. Not the church, not the state. People will decide their fate. Not the church, not the state. People will decide their fate. Not the church, not the state. People will decide their fate. Not the church, not the state. People will decide their fate. Not the church, not the state. People will decide their fate. Not the church, not the state. People will decide their fate. Not the church, not the state. People will decide their fate. Not the church, not the state. People will decide their fate. Not the church, not the state. People will decide their fate. Not the church, not the state. People will decide their fate. Pro-life, your name's alive. You don't care if people die. Pro-life, your name's alive. You don't care if people die. Pro-life, your name's alive. You don't care if people die.
Now you are pleased and aware of the justice.
What do we want? Abortion rights. What do we want up now?
Sort of self-accepting
And if we don't get it, shut it down.
I am the vine, here the branches. He who abides in me and
When I say, what do you want? You say abortion rights.
you can do nothing.
Fuck the church. Fuck the
So now
state.
I hate
People will decide their fate.
Sorry,
What do we want? Abortion rights. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Abortion rights.
drivers like this one right here. People angry because they can't sit in their car for 2 minutes. Like this angry one here, super angry. I feel bad. Amen, brother, amen!
Just so you all know.
Oh yeah.
Hell no!
Why is Seattle, what's POET?
No.
What the fuck is POET?
Hell no!
What the hell is POET?
Hell no.
What the hell does POET stand for?
Hell no.
What are y'all? POET, what does that stand for?
No.
What does that stand for? Police Outreach and Engagement Team. Katie's here, so she has these personal escorts, because Katie's here, and don't fall now, and she's got her personal escorts here. Here's Katie's personal escorts for the day. Don't you, is this what you're really doing, outreach to community? Literally following this white woman around for private security? That's your community outreach? I know y'all are getting a shot of these. Look at that face.
We knew this day was coming. This was not a secret. This was not a surprise. Abortion access has been systematically capped in this country for decades, and abortion liberation has been undermined for years. These things go beyond abortion. It is about who has power over you, who makes decisions for you, and who can control your future.
Yes!
I better catch it.
It's no less devastating. This is unprecedented and it is outrageous.
That's the unfiltered truth out there.
Overturning the vote is 26 states of choice to ban abortion, including 13 states that laws that will legally go to. That includes our neighbor Idaho. And half of our country, people will no longer have power over their lives and their lives. 36 million people, over half the people in the United States, could use abortion access soon. And as a product of this country's legislation, this support are black, brown, indigenous, queer, trans,
Yeah. 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 Come on, all y'all pro-birthers out there, y'all ain't pro-life. You don't give a fuck about human life, and you prove that every goddamn day with every word out of your foul, disgusting mouth. Fuck y'all pro-birthers. Anyway, check out this fucking crowd.
Maybe, I'm not putting it near, well here, tell me if it gets staticky. Is it staticky? Is it staticky? Is it less staticky? Oh, sorry chat, oh shit. Is it less staticky? And I hope to never have a son or never have to Every time you talk, there is less static. I'm out of snacks. Maybe. What's the vibe there? It feels pretty chill now. There's like one dude that's like being odd. I don't know what to say about that. It's just being very odd. Dave forgot to bring snacks again. Who's Dave? But now it's pretty chill. There's music going. People are chatting it up. I wonder if I can go get be a part of that group. But I always feel bad walking up to groups who are talking because I don't want to, like, if they don't feel comfortable being on camera, I don't want to disrupt the whole group that's chatting, you know? Oh, I'm sorry.
We know that this is not just an attack on people in Idaho, Texas, or Mississippi. This is an attack on all of us. Now is the time for us to show up and fight for all of our communities. We are done settling for crumbs. It is beyond time for the United States to recognize that access to abortion care is a key part of access to human rights. Abortion has always existed and will continue to exist. Abortion is our right, it is essential health care, and let us underscore that point for the people in the back. Again, I'm going to need you all to get loud for me. When I say what is abortion, I want you to say health care. And when I say what is health care, I want you to say a human right. You ready? Yes. What is abortion? Healthcare. What is healthcare? Human rights. What is abortion? Healthcare. What is healthcare? Human rights. What is abortion? Healthcare. What is healthcare? Human rights. That was awesome. That was real good. Y'all are fantastic. I mean, honestly. It is no coincidence that the same politicians stripping away abortion rights are targeting trans and non-binary people and coming after our voting rights at the same time. These attacks on democracy and bodily autonomy target the same communities. This is how systemic racism and misogyny work, by keeping marginalized communities from influencing the decisions that impact them. This fight for our power over our lives and bodies extends beyond abortion. Our trans and gender non-binary siblings are also under relentless attack in state legislatures and communities across this country. Ending the criminalization of pregnancy, abortion, and gender-affirming care is essential to affirming the right to reproductive and bodily autonomy. What is clear from Justice Alito's opinion is that nothing is safe. The right for all of us to decide if and when and how to grow our families serves as a bedrock of our right to marry whom we love, and anything else that falls under our right to privacy. This constitutional crisis, threatening an established right that was established nearly 50 years ago, is a precursor of things to come. They're coming for birth control. They're coming for marriage equality. They do not want to turn back the clock on just 50 years, but hundreds of years. The Supreme Court has failed this country. We are devastated, we are furious, and we will fight back until our rights are restored and then some. We must build a movement that embraces and invests in all people, Black, brown, Indigenous, queer, trans, non-binary, immigrant, and that strengthens our ability to fight not just for ourselves, but for each other. This includes every person having meaningful access to abortion care, to responsive maternal care, to healthy food, to clean water, to housing, and to safety and freedom from the violence of white supremacy in our society and state. We are here because the courts don't decide our destiny, we do. These fights for our freedoms and rights will fall to the states. There's a primary on Tuesday. I hear that it's the lowest voter turnout in modern history for our state. We deserve elected officials at all levels of government and judges who believe in and affirm our power over our bodies and our lives. Get your ballots in by 8 p.m. on Tuesday. Today, you have taken an important initial step. You showed up, but we need you in this fight over the long haul. Take this energy, harness it, grow it, nurture it, sustain it. We need you on the front lines to march, to vote, to fund abortion. Fund local abortion clinics to keep our clinics open. Donate to your local abortion funds. Tell your own abortion story and listen deeply to the stories of others. Right now, there are folks in the crowd with clipboards and QR codes, things that you learn during a pandemic, right? That link to abortion and reproductive health funds to donate to and ways to get involved with organizations here in Oregon that are fighting for bold policies to support abortion access, like getting $15 million to establish the Reproductive Health Equity Fund in preparation for this moment. Generations before us have fought tirelessly to gain and protect the rights we have today. They laid their bodies on the line. It is our turn. Our future generations need us to step up. And it is up to us to make sure everyone has power to control their bodies, lives, and futures. And we will keep fighting in every state in this nation, and this will not stop us. So feel your rage, feel your grief, but do not allow it to swallow you whole and pull you down. Who profits from your despair? Think and reflect on this community today, standing shoulder to shoulder with you. Lean into that support, lean into the strength of solidarity and the expansive resilience of hope, because this is going to take every single one of us. We are here because together we fight for all. I'm gonna take your picture because you're beautiful. That's my boss.
Hey, I'm here to introduce India Wins, they, them, who is an activist and a warrior fighting for social justice. They identify as queer, non-binary, Taino, Two-Spirit, Puerto Rican, Irish, a New Yorker, a proud disabled Marine Corps veteran, and a social worker. Inspired by a social worker who helped save their life, India moved to Portland to obtain a BSW at Portland State University and eventually went on to earn an MSW from the same institution. Hell yeah. Where do we, they've got a long bio. It's important to know that India continues their work in Senator Wyden's office. They've been advocating for veterans who have been oppressed. As a veteran outreach officer for Wall of Vets, they assist in campaigns to feed the houseless community, cooling stations during heat waves, evacuations during fires, and more mental health services for veterans. India's personal stories and passions for supporting their community mean that they believe deeply in the reproductive rights and justice for all.
I didn't need help because I couldn't get on the stage. I needed help because I'm short. I'm Puerto Rican. We throw them small. But yeah, most of you, I'd say 99% of you don't know me. Or maybe you do know me. Can you hear me? Okay. My name is India. The reason I'm speaking today, I was part of the Reproductive Rights, and I still am, the Portland PDX Reproductive Rights Council that changed the face of this rally, saying, you know, it's not about women's rights, it's about reproductive rights. And reproductive rights affect trans, non-binary. They affect so many people in our community. And to like make it binary, there's so many people out, and I'm not here for that. We're not here for that. And I love Ando, Planned Parenthood, like in Mont Block, chiming in and like supporting us in this, because it's not about women's rights. Reproductive rights affect so many more people than that. And the reason I agreed to speak today, because I'm going to tell you my abortion story, which I've never said publicly ever, but it's a military abortion story. And I think that, yes, my identities are I'm Taino, I'm also half Irish, I'm non-binary, I'm two-spirit, but I'm a disabled Marine Corps veteran. And the other side does not own veterans. We are here for you. Yeah! We are here to protect you. The security that's making sure that everyone here can like be seen and heard, that's us veterans protecting you today. The other veterans are just louder than me. But, so here's my story. And I wrote a speech, but it's my story. Any of you that come from trauma, you know your story so well. So I'm gonna say it, and I'm gonna say outright, it's triggering. There's a mental health table back there with mental health professionals that will take care of you if you feel triggered by anything I'm about to say. Okay. I feel like I'm gonna like drown you out. Okay, can you hear me now? Okay. I mean, I'm Puerto Rican. I'm from New York. I can get loud. Okay, so my abortion story needs to be heard because I signed up for the Marine Corps in 2000. And any of you who know your history knows that was a bad year to sign up. Because like 9 months later, 9/11 happened. But it was during, thank you Bill Clinton, you fucking pussy, sorry kids. Your cop out to the gay community that you would like get rid of get rid of the ban on queer people in their community. And he pumped out with Don't Ask, Don't Tell.
Yeah, he did.
So I signed up during that, and
yeah, y'all fucked around with the wrong crowd, huh?
tank top, pink hair, piercings everywhere. It's like, dude, I look gayer than Ellen. Are you serious? You don't know? But a female Marine got in trouble, and to get herself out of it, she outed me all over base. So I was getting threats called into my barracks. We're gonna straighten you out. You just haven't had the right guy. And like, well, why don't you try the right guy and get back to me? Let me know. But the Marine Corps did not protect me, and so here comes the traumatizing part. I was on a beach run, and I got attacked from behind by 3 men. And for the sake of the kids in the audience, I'm not going to say what happened, but I think you can all figure it out. And 3 weeks later, I found out I was pregnant. So I wanted to go of course the Marine Corps did not offer me any support in all this. But I wanted to go get an abortion off base. And they said I couldn't do that because if I got an abortion off base, they would ask why I wanted the abortion. And then the rape would be on record. So they gave me one on base. But I was never allowed to talk about it. I was never allowed to get counseling for it. Some higher-ranking official in Okinawa had gotten in trouble for abusing a 16-year-old girl, so it was kept quiet. And the data, the research, like with what I do, I support veterans, I support LGBTQ veterans, I support anyone. Because I know that sexual assault in the military doesn't just stop with women. It doesn't just stop with non-binary. There are more men in the military. So the sexual assault is actually higher among men. I can't even imagine, I mean, this is gonna sound funny. For those of you who know what a gold star is, that's me. Wrapping my identity around the fact that I've always wanted kids. Like, I've always wanted kids. And the first time I got pregnant was from a rape, and the Marine Corps did not want me to have an abortion. They wanted me to carry that child because it would make them look bad. And it might get in the press. And then they forced me to have one on base. But think about it. 80% of sexual assaults in the military towards female identifying people are not reported. And 33.7, yeah, I've done the research, 33.7 of them turn into pregnancies. The military already has, the reason I wanted to speak is I do have a perspective that most people aren't talking about. Let's talk about the military. Let's talk about the fact that they fucking rule over our bodies, our identities. And 33.7 of those rapes turn into pregnancies. If we could, if these people are not, these women are not allowed to have an abortion, that means that the military will literally, unless they keep quiet, keeping quiet doesn't mean you get an abortion and we'll give you counseling. It means you keep quiet about it. You cannot report it. You cannot talk about it. You cannot get counseling. You cannot get support. You just have to abort this baby and never speak about your trauma. That's what we're facing right now. That's what we're facing in the military, which already has complete autonomy over the Senate and the Congress. That's what women in the military are facing right now if we allow this to happen. That abortion I have never spoken about till today, but if there was ever a time to break the silence, it's fucking now. So, being part of this council that put this rally together last year and now, to me, now more than ever, it's so important. It's so important that we're here. Because we're being threatened. Okay, can you hear me now in the back? Okay. Look, and that's also that's a part of my trauma. I'm afraid of being too big, so I'm gonna make myself small. But you know what? Fuck that. Our military fucking sisters. Anyone who has a kid, please protect them from what I'm about to say. But the reality is, our military fucking sisters are fighting, and the truth is, most women sign up for the military because they come from a low-income fucking background. And that's the only way that they know how to pay for college and better their fucking life. And they are being raped in massive numbers, getting impregnated by their abusers in massive numbers. And normally when they would have to go to report it, like in 2013, the Congress made a fucking punk-ass little policy. But when they report it most of the time to their abuser's best fucking friend. and they're getting impregnated. So, I mean, they have to be faced with the fact that if you are in a woman who's raped in the military, you're getting impregnated, you can keep that child if you decide that you can get over that trauma, which also makes the military pissed at you because you're a woman that got fucking pregnant, God forbid. Also, if you decide to have an abortion, don't do it on base because, don't do it off base because it might make the military look bad. That's what we're facing right now. 80% of sexual assaults in the military from women are not reported. 33.7% of them are getting pregnant. And they have nowhere to go. They have nowhere to go. Because they have autonomy, the military has autonomy over the Congress and the Senate. So, I love this, you're all beautiful. But we have to protect each other. We have to fucking protect each other. I really appreciate one of my fellow organizers that I shared my story with and said, India, that would be an amazing perspective because no one talks about the military. I love being a Marine Corps veteran, I do, but only because it taught me there's nothing the world can throw at me that I can't fucking handle. And being a Marine, our code of honor is honor, courage, commitment. We are supposed to defend those that can't defend themselves. So, if you're here and you're like, my vote doesn't matter, fucking vote. I'm telling you right now, blow up your fucking senator's phone. Blow it up. Because every unasked question is a no. Ask the question, blow it up. Annoy the fucking shit out of them. Annoy the shit out of them. Local government, state government, federal government, annoy the shit out of them so that they know they cannot continue to decide how we walk through this earth in our own bodies. How we walk through the earth, how your family looks, the way that you choose to define it and walk through this amazing gift that we're giving called life. The way that we walk through it is up to you. No one else should ever have dominion over the way that you and your family, you as an individual, walk through this earth. It's up to you. And if you have a great life where, let's talk about abortion, let's talk about it. If you are a straight, cisgender, white woman who has a lot of money, maybe abortion bans won't affect you.
That's right. That's
so let's talk about it. That's my theory right now. Let's fucking talk about it. But if you have that privilege, get on the streets, get upset, and defend the people next door to you that don't have that privilege. I don't speak and march and rally. For myself, I march and speak and rally for the person beside me that doesn't have the voice or the platform that I have. If you come from a place of privilege, you fucking know it. Let's be honest, you know it. And if your neighbor, if your friend, your coworker, the person that's fucking cleaning the toilets at your job, if they don't have the privilege that you have, fight, rally, and speak for them. And thank you for hearing my abortion trauma story. I guess that's all I got. Thank you.
I have the opposite problem. Hold on. All right. Hello. I have first.
People will decide their
sexual en la frontera y en los centros de detención. I just want to give a shout out for Governor Evers, who supports restoring driver's license here, and a shout out to Senator Tammy Baldwin, who supports the fight for immigration reform for citizenship. Y quiero decirles gracias a la gobernadora Ives que nos apoya en licencias y la senadora que nos apoya en la reforma migratoria. All women, regardless of income or immigration status, should have the right to a safe and legal abortion. There can be no equality and dignity for women in society without the fundamental right of women to control their own reproduction and to determine their own future. Todas mujeres, sin importar sus ingresos o su estatus migratorio, tienen el derecho a un aborto legal y seguro. No se puede tener igualdad y dignidad para la mujer en la sociedad si no tenemos el derecho fundamental como mujeres de controlar nuestra reproducción y nuestro futuro. The same far-right politicians who are blocking immigration reform are also attacking women's rights, LGBTQ rights, voting rights, and are passing laws that make the rich richer at the expense of working people. Los mismos políticos bloqueando la reforma migratoria están atacando los derechos de la mujer, los derechos de la comunidad LGBTQ, los derechos de votar, y pasando leyes para enriquecer a los ricos, más ricos, al costo de la gente trabajadora. The same people that want to force women to have children are angrily condemning the Biden administration for providing baby food to the children of refugees on the southern border.
At least for me, has given me renewed eyes on our unfortunate issues that we all deal with on a daily basis, just by being a human on this earth. During this personal reflection, I have come to the conclusion that if we don't take time to personally work on our healing and facing bodies or the bodies of our ancestors, we will become the very folks we hate. Maybe not all the way, but it will slowly begin to happen. For far too long, we have been just barely surviving. I know for my community we have. Barely making it with no fault of our personal own. But it is what was handed to us. That being said, it's time we have a reflection period on what we truly want, not just for this country, but for us personally, so we can spread out, just like a plague. We need to personally look out for our communities, our families, and the next generation before us. I've had this reflection period just about a month ago, and shortly after I knew that for myself and to help my ancestors was to find eternal peace. I would have to do some radical stuff to find that inner peace that I knew I deserved and wanted for myself and my line. Especially doing this organizing work. I would have to learn radical forgiveness. I would have to practice radical healing and spreading unconditional love for my loved ones and my haters. This was the most difficult decision I have ever had to make. By this time I had so much anger. Some of it was righteous anger, yes, but a lot of it had turned into malicious victimization and unintentional huge codependency relationships with needy control or needing things to go a certain way. Putting a lot of my relationships that I truly cared about at risk to proceed. In order to do that, I would have to practice surrendering every day to the universe, God, wherever you follow, I would have to show myself compassion and radical forgiveness, as healing isn't linear and it's all over the place. Reminding me I am a human who has faced a lot of trauma, both personally and generationally. I will have ups and downs, but smoother waters are on their way. Thus growing my unconditional love for myself, thus cracking my open heart to learning how to claim radical forgiveness, healing, and unconditional love for my life and others. By us carrying hate that no longer serves us, we then become the very thing we are working to destroy, except it's destroying us within. See, I truly believe everyone, especially here, is ready to bring in a new type of thinking and belonging.
Yes!
We are tired of just fucking surviving. We deserve peace and rest like everyone else. That's the foundation of all these movements. Yes, we deserve dignity and to be seen, but mostly we deserve peace and belonging and respect. Now, a lot of us did not ask to be here in this country, or just be born in general. But because we are here on this planet, in this nation, involved in this particular movement, we have a duty to create a nation that isn't persecuted by our differences and our bodies at all. The only way to do that is to break our ancestral chains, which means if we have to burn these current governmental systems that were non-functioning in the first place to the ground, so be it. But we also need to make sure we're being prepared to set something up in its place that includes every voice at the table. All this work needs to be done simultaneously at the same time. Sounds exhausting, right? Yeah, I know. But here's some guidance that I've learned over my decade of fighting in democracy. 1, you must establish healthy boundaries. Better boundaries if those are already been set. This is healthy and also a practice of radical rest and healing. We can't help folks all the time, especially toxic folks. You can't always love them unconditionally. You can always love them unconditionally, but healthy boundaries were meant to learn to keep your energy safe.
Yes! Yes!
2, you must continue to share your voice, your experience, and your authentic truth. For far too long, we have been silenced as humans who have experienced a lot of stuff over time. So practice, even if it's in the damn mirror. I do it all every day. Practice saying your authentic truth. Even if it's self-love, I say it every day. Damn girl, you fine as hell. So you know what? You say it every damn day. You must, number 3, I'm almost done. Hold on. You must remember that the universe, God, spirit, or whatever you believe in is always there to catch us, especially when we fall, and fall hard. Failure is a part of life. It is there to help us learn from our lessons, but it's also there to bring in gifts of abundance to us every time we succeed or make a breakthrough. You must understand that technically, alone is an illusion. Many of us, being the keepers of this earth, understand that our healthy ancient ancestors are always with us, standing beside us. It's a reminder, if we just tune into with both our ancestors and our inner self knowing, that niggling feeling that we feel that's below your belly button, this is something everyone has. It's just the more you tap into it, the more you become more connected and present and intuitive with your needs and the needs of others around you, will you start to use it for the better. Lastly, you must remember it's important to ground and mother ourselves as we continue with this tiring work. That means take your rest back. Listen to your bodies. Eat, hydrate when you need to. Go walk and be with nature. Listen to music that reminds you of just how fucking amazing you are. This movement is not a race. It has never been a race. It is a marathon. In order for us to survive this war and come out on top, we are going to have to take care of ourselves. And I'm preaching especially to my BIPOC sisters and brothers and non-binary babes that are organizing and doing a lot of fucking work. By sharing this with you, I hope you take some of this knowledge, if not all. Really begin to apply it to your life. This is the foundation on creating your own personal peace for you and your ancestral line. I truly believe that a lot of folks that were born during this time period are true vessels of unconditional love. Yes, in many ways we are here to tear things down. That includes old beliefs, old thoughts, negative thought patterns, and systems that no longer serve us. But we are also here to bring love and healthy, abundant way of living on this planet. It's time to stop letting hurt folks continue to hurt and persecute folks. It's time for folks to heal, and it's time, and it starts with us. So we can pass our lessons down to our children. The time to practice unconditional love is now. We might not see it in our lifetime, but as soon as we pass it down to our children, they will fucking take over. Okay.
Drake, I got a live stream going, so if you can get a couple pictures, that would be sweet.
Okay, they took my mic. Make some noise for Gremlin! We're going to start a beat together so that everyone around us can hear. Yeah! The mic isn't here for it. Alright, ready? Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Abortion bans have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Abortion bans have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Abortion bans have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Abortion bans have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Abortion bans have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Abortion bans have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Abortion bans have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Kavanaugh has got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Kavanaugh has got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Kavanaugh has got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Sam Alito's got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Sam Alito's got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Everyone weirdo's got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! I love it! Thank you! Give yourself a little round of applause. Give yourself some love. Alright, I'd like to introduce our next person to introduce our next speaker.
Just very tall. Hello again. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay, great. I am very honored to introduce this next person because, going a little off book, they are one of my very dear friends. And I am just so immensely proud that they are coming up here to share their story with you. And so with that, I'm very, very honored to introduce to you Jen Thompson. Jen is an anti-fascist, abolitionist, and anarchist who was born, adopted, and raised in Hong Kong. She identifies as Hong Kongese, not Chinese, and as Asian, not Asian American. Jen's worldview has pushed her to prioritize anti-racism and abolishing all systems that work against people of color. She has been a strong advocate for the freedom of Hong Kong and the abolition of the Chinese Communist Party. Through the height of the Black Lives Matter movement and since the murder of George Floyd, Jen has been on the front lines and done community work behind the scenes. And speaking personally, I can tell you, she works tirelessly every single day. She hopes her international lens and unique upbringing will shed light on the importance of intersectionality in all our current society's issues, putting people of color at the forefront, and most importantly, prioritizing Black trans women. With that, Jen.
Okay, can everybody hear me? Alright, so I was originally going to go straight into my speech, but there is something that I need to address. For those of you wearing Handmaid's Tale outfits or pink pussy hats, I'm letting you know that you are actively erasing and whitewashing a real and horrifying history of reproductive suppression against Black, brown, trans, and all oppressed folks. To assume that we're in a dystopian future now is invalidating of the fact that this has been the reality for marginalized communities in this country forever. So the next time you decide to attend any rally, any fight, I ask that you reconsider your attire. Some of your signs are not very inclusive of trans folks. Most of them are not. So anyways, getting to my story. For those of you who haven't heard it, I'm going to preface this by saying that this is a completely normal abortion story. On Wednesday, January 12th, 2022, I had one single abnormal discharge. The Virgo in me had to Google it to rule everything out, and that included pregnancy. No big deal, I ordered a pregnancy test. It was supposed to get here on Friday. Friday comes around, my pregnancy test arrives around 2:30 p.m. I took it immediately and I found out that I was pregnant. Again, no big deal. At this stage of my life, I had already known I was not prepared for children whatsoever. And I knew that I was gonna have an abortion. I called Planned Parenthood and I was going to be put on a waiting list for about a week. So no big deal, again, I was gonna call a different resource. So I called the Lilith Clinic. When I called, I was super lucky because they were confirming appointments for the next day, and they had a slot for me at about 2 p.m. We confirmed my appointment, and the receptionist suggested that I sign up for OHP because as a pregnant person, they will typically approve you right away, and she was right. I was feeling tons of relief that my abortion was fully covered and I wasn't gonna have to shell out. I didn't have to shell out about $500 out of pocket, which, as we know, for a lot of communities is not a small feat. It's now the next day, Saturday, January 15th, feeling a bit of anxiety, but nothing I can't handle. My partner walks me to Lilith, which, if you didn't know, is a giant building with a ton of other medical services, and we encounter two of the most pathetic pro-life protesters outside. They don't even engage with anybody, they're just standing there with signs. Due to COVID, we weren't allowed to have visitors, so my partner was just prepared to pick me up after the abortion. I arrive at the clinic at 1:30 since they tell you to get there early. I get my paperwork and coverage squared away. The clinic let the waiting room know that they were a bit behind. No worries, I end up waiting until about 3 p.m. to get into an exam room. I wait for the doctor for another half hour because they only have one ultrasound machine. He comes in with the ultrasound with the nurse. He takes about one swipe at my stomach, looks at me, looks at the nurse, looks back at me, and says, "You're about 29 weeks pregnant." To which I immediately started crying. I was confused because I wasn't showing at all. I had zero pregnancy symptoms, and my period had already been irregular due to high exposure to tear gas, to which I say, "Fuck you, Ted Wheeler." I asked him what my options were, and he said, "Unfortunately, you're gonna have to look at having this child." My only other options were a clinic in Colorado or in New Mexico, and their cutoff is about 31 to 32 weeks, so I had about 2 weeks to make an appointment if they had availability. to pay for a trip and stay out in a different state. And they didn't allow visitors, and it was, I believe, like a procedure in similar to a hotel room. I left the clinic feeling that I had zero options. I ended up getting home to my partner at around 4:15, and I knew that because it was Saturday at 4:15, I wasn't able to call these clinics. Typically, I would have to wait till Monday, but Monday was MLK Day, so I had to wait till Tuesday. And for those of you I know who have found out they were pregnant and wanted to have an abortion, every single day feels like an eternity, especially that far along with such an urgent need to find an appointment. Now, I was really lucky because I had created a strong friendship with a few of the organizers from the March Council last year. We would update each other about our lives, and the news of my pregnancy and abortion procedure was not exempt or excluded. I updated them to let them know how far along I was and that I didn't feel like I had any other options. And while they were all incredibly supportive of me and checking in on what I needed, I still didn't know where to go from there. One of my friends in that Megan, who are you about to hear from next, around 4:30 p.m. the same day, she told me that OHSU typically has to get approval for a pregnancy that far along, and it would have to go through a process that would take a few days. She asked me if I would like her to try and get that started that day, and I said absolutely. And at 5:30 p.m., the exact words she sent me were, "Okay, I think we're going to make this happen." After a few phone calls, I was on my way to OHSU at 7 p.m. We confirmed that I was 27 weeks and 6 days at that moment. Every single person I encountered at this hospital was shocked to find out how far along I was and how I wasn't showing at all. And nonetheless, we went forward with the injection into my abdomen to stop the heart. I was told to come back in the morning so we could start inducing labor because I was going to have to give birth to this baby. On Sunday, January 16th, I arrived at OHSU at 9 a.m. and we got me set up with an IV, a cervix exam, a bunch of blood tests, and started the labor-inducing process by ingesting pills. I was on a dose of 2 every 4 hours and was told we could increase as needed. The day went along pretty normally until the cramps began. They got bad enough that I was getting fentanyl doses every couple hours. And once we hit 4 doses of those pills and didn't see a ton of progress, we upped it to 4 pills every 4 hours. And this is when the cramps got pretty wild. I ended up getting a morphine sleeper so I could sleep through the night. And just for context, my partner was with me the entire process, but we also had the added stress of having just adopted 2 pit lab puppies, so he was running back and forth from the hospital, between me and the hospital, and sleeping overnight in the hospital in a cot next to me. I woke up on Monday, January 17th, still in pain, and midday ended up switching from fentanyl to another comparable painkiller where I could press a button every 10 minutes, and it was fed through my IV. This was working totally fine until we got to about 4:30. I used the restroom, came back to bed, and then my water broke. And this is where the cramps got excruciatingly painful. I ended up having to get a full epidural inserted into my back, and around 6 p.m. was laying on my right side in pain. After about a half hour, I asked the nurse if it was okay that I turn onto my back, and she said yes, as we planned to have a doctor come check my cervix when they were available anyways. When the nurse lifted my blanket to check on me, she looked up at me and said, "Honey, you already gave birth." Now, I was in so much shock that as the doctors and nurses filed in, I wasn't entirely sure how to process anything. The only pushing I had to do was to get my placenta out in full, and that was done with no complications. On Monday, January 17, 2022, at around 6:30 p.m., I had given birth to a 2-pound, 7-inch long girl. After a night full of tears and feelings of loss and simultaneously an overwhelming amount of relief, I was discharged from the hospital on Tuesday, January 18th, 2022 at 11 a.m. I found out that I was pregnant, went through induced labor, gave birth to a baby, and finalized my free abortion process in under 68 and a half hours. I can't explain to you what it felt like to bleed for 1.5 months after I gave birth. I can't explain to you what it felt like to have swollen breasts and to produce milk for 2 weeks after my abortion. I can't explain to you what it felt like to open the envelope and look at pictures of my baby and her footprints and her handprints for the first time. What I can't explain to you is how this abortion saved my fucking life. I can't explain to you how every single nurse at OHSU, every single doctor at OHSU, Megan, my partner, and every single friend who knew about my abortion saved my life. My access to abortion was absolutely through luck and nepotism. I was lucky enough to know someone who was directly involved in reproductive health and was able to advocate for me. I have advocated for access to abortion and being able to choose for a long time, all the way through organizing the march last year. And standing in front of you today, that hasn't changed. What's changed is that I shared my story publicly online the night of the leak came out, and I got an outpouring of support and love from so many people in my circles. But I also got an influx of people who wanted to shame me for my decision. I had people tell me that they didn't believe me because they didn't believe anyone would stick their dick in me. I had people tell me that my decision was unethical. I had people tell me that they couldn't support anyone getting an abortion that far along. I had someone tell me that they hope when my partner finds out that I'm infertile due to my decision that he leaves me for somebody else. While I expected receiving horrid message from pro-lifers, you'd be surprised to hear that a lot of these messages were from people who claimed that they were pro-choice. And let me tell you something, if your pro-choice ideologies or beliefs have stipulations on abortion procedures, whether that be the context of how somebody got pregnant or how far along someone is in their pregnancy, you're not pro-choice. I'll end this by saying that the abortion I had has changed me as a person. I will always find myself grieving over the unknown, but I will always find solace and relief in being able to know that I did what was right for me and that baby, and that I had access to a free abortion. My abortion was fucking normal. Thank you.
In danger of imprisonment for doing what they deem right with their own bodies. We know the harm that will come from this decision because we've seen it in Texas. Just a month ago, we lived under the unjust arrest of a young person, Lizelle Herrera, in the Rio Grande Valley of Texas on charges of murder for an
signs. We need people. Other action, a banner drop, all of these different things to get the words out. There's something that you can do. We also have newly rising student organizers. If you are from a college, if you are from a high school, stay at the end and come and talk to these students. We need you. Change your schedule. Make this a priority. And let's stop these motherfuckers. We have until what? Like mid-June or something. That's where we're at. All right, let's do this chant together and then we'll have the next speaker. Rise up for abortion rights, for abortion rights, rise up. Rise up for abortion rights, for abortion rights, rise up. Rise up. Rise up for abortion rights, for abortion rights, rise up. Rise up. Rise up for abortion rights, for abortion rights, rise up. All right, Lizzie, take it away. Oh, I didn't know who I was introducing. You want me to introduce Isabel? This is Isabel, and she is from Seattle Pacific University. No, wrong. This is Isabel, and she is from the University of Washington.
Hello everyone, I'm Isabel. I'm a biology student at the University of Washington. I am also Division Secretary of the American Party of Labor for the Pacific Northwest. By now, we have all seen the leaked document from the Trump-stacked, undemocratic Supreme Court, a draft opinion to repeal Roe v. Wade, the 1973 ruling that protected the right to abortion. This comes after a prolonged national effort by the Republican Party to challenge Roe v. Wade and limit the rights of women. The context is important here. This is not yet another resuscitation of the tired, religiously motivated arguments over when does life begin. This is a direct reaction to the leading position that women took in one of the largest street demonstrations the U.S. has ever seen, the 2017 Women's March. Hell yeah. We saw this again and again during the revolutionary George Floyd movement of 2020. Faced with a growing movement that openly confronts the intersections of American capitalism, from white supremacy and police brutality, to wage gaps, to unpunished abuse, and cultures of harassment, the right wing has attacked education. They have attacked our right to protest. They have attacked the LGBT community. They have attacked and are actively attacking the right to choose. They are attacking the right to bodily autonomy. These attacks always fall heavily on the working class. In the case of abortion, we don't have the money to travel to a different state, to a different country for safe treatment, for safe health care, for safe abortion. What we do have is the power. We have the power to make the ruling class tremble, hesitate, cower, and even fall. We have the revolutionary energy required to secure our rights. We have the ability to create a better world. It is us who will challenge the most powerful and malicious institutions, and it is us who will win. We expect the right wing to make these attacks on our rights. What we cannot accept is the failure of reform in addressing these issues. Faced with these threats, the revolutionary energy of the George Floyd and Women's March movements has been squandered on electoral campaigns that continue to fail the people of the United States. This latest attack makes it clear to all: the solution to the crises of capitalism that we face and the continued assault on reproductive rights will never be found in reform or within the Democratic Party. American women came out and supported Biden's electoral campaign in record numbers, but still he has failed to legislate or even advocate in defense of abortion. This cannot stand. The issues that dominate our life, that indeed dictate the trajectory of the lives we lead, cannot depend on the lifespan of a Supreme Court judge. Our lives cannot depend on the whim of two-party political shifts. As the working class, we can no longer funnel our resistance into random street marches once in a decade or even once every couple years. We need guided, thoughtful action that doesn't walk alongside the system, but actively seeks to halt it from working. The George Floyd and Women's March movements transformed American politics and showed the power of the people. But every time that power grows, the ruling class will rise to undermine it. The American Party of Labor calls on all people who support true democracy and working class rights to take to the streets and uphold Roe v. Wade. Demand that your rights be upheld. Today, tomorrow, and until the day we win, people across the country will be out, taking over cities, demanding the right to accessible abortion. We know the rulers of this country will continue to attack the rights of working people, and it falls on us to no longer settle for reformist diversions and fight for a world in which every person has total control of their destiny. Join us and our comrades in supporting local struggles and building our communities build connections with community members, and help them get the care they need, including reproductive medicine. When workers' rights are threatened, and abortion is a worker's right, let it be clear. We show up and we fight, not just for keeping Roe v. Wade intact, but demanding free and accessible abortion for all. Power to the people! Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel.
Forbidden, so they will never take a stand or demand justice. Why? Because their operation is depopulation. And that is the plan, the ultimate plan of the hidden hand. Thank you.
All right, last but definitely not least, Nikki Llewellyn, my little sister.
All right, y'all, I'm kind of on the new phone, so I'm kind of struggling. All right. This is the original poem, and I titled it What It Takes. Some words I have today already said back then, back when slavery began, and it still ain't in. Population of black folks over 50%, locked up because of their color, injustice persists. Peering out at my peers facing homelessness, addicted to drugs where our pain is dismissed. Taught we criminals since birth, punishment for mental illnesses. We demand care, not cages. We raise up our fists. In the meantime, some get high off cheese and wine. They forget the problem is still here, the same problem they claim to be against. But politicking, ass-kissing, self-gain and riches done built up a fence. Now the ones they say will fight for us, just vote them in. These the same ones that lie to us, they cover up government sins. They pander to activists to blind the people. We follow in ignorance. Yes. A Democrat is the same as a racist Republican. Say there's a rise on crime in Houston, but won't address systematic oppression that's causing these problems to persist. No rights for felons, the youth, black or so-called immigrants, black, indigenous, brown people, and poor whites are suffering. You see the lies, the dope, the false hope, and bullshit leaders we champion against. See, justice is way deeper than one person or organization, or grandiose statements filled with empty promises. It takes a passion for this work, love for the people, egolessness, courage and sacrifice, complete dedication. It's tears, screams, pain, and even embarrassment. Deep studying, building with comrades with limited resources. But it's also seeing your loved ones inspired and joining into the fight. Seeing the hope in people's eyes as you help them change their life. Standing in unity with the people that's against what's not right. Seeing how you became a better person and you even gained insight. It's impacting your community and you begin to see positive change. It's believing in yourself and the people again. And this to me is what it takes to have true justice. We would like to thank you all for
and pass the ERA. And if they don't, vote them out. I know that things will likely get worse before they get better, but we're not backing down now. We are growing stronger than ever because all people deserve access to abortion care when they need it, on a timeline of their choosing and in a community and environment they trust and feel safe in. Our grandparents fought and thought Roe v. Wade was settled law, but now as young people, it's on us to fight again to protect our right to privacy and choice. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kylie.
As I like to say, we are the daughters of the witches they could not burn. I am very humbled to bring up to the stage one of our Florida abortion providers. And I want to give some serious flowers to our abortion providers who are providing this important, critical reproductive health care service in a state that is incredibly hostile to them, to their work, where folks have to walk into the health center with security, being protested, being harassed at home. It takes so much courage to make the decision to end a pregnancy with all the stigma that surrounds it, and it also takes courage to continue to be a provider in a state like Florida. And so please join me in welcoming the Chief Medical Officer of our local Planned Parenthood affiliate, Dr. Sujatha Prabhakaran.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Sujatha Prabhakaran. My pronouns are she, Aya, and I'm the Chief Medical Officer of Planned Parenthood of Southwest and Central Florida. After 2 decades as an obstetrician and gynecologist, I know all too well the devastating effects these restrictions will have on access to abortion care. Last week, I cared for Nina, who traveled to get care here in Florida all the way from Texas. Because we now have a 24-hour delay in place, Nina had to visit us in our Sarasota Health Center and then drive an hour and a half to have her procedure in Fort Myers 2 days later. Nina took her first flight from Texas to Florida, her first flight of her life, all by herself. As a physician, I know that neither the counseling nor the delay in care caused by the Texas ban are medically necessary. They are motivated only by politics. As a caregiver, my heart breaks for anyone that gets care, especially abortion care, without being able to have the support of the trusted people that they deserve to have with them. This is simply cruel. Everyone is hurt when dangerous politicians insert themselves in healthcare decisions. That's right. Let's not forget what abortion is. Abortion is healthcare. These hurtful gynoticians need to leave the personal healthcare decisions where they belong, in the exam room between patients and their doctors. Again, I will say, leave the healthcare decisions to people with uteruses and their doctors, their clinicians, and their nurses. Abortion is healthcare. Get out and stay out of our exam rooms. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Prabhakaran. We are so grateful for your incredible work and the lives that you impact every single day. All right, y'all, we have 2 more speakers, and then we're going to start our march. And I'm going to give directions for the march very soon. But we have our folks lining up already, and we are shutting down the streets today. The crowd is so big that we're shutting it down, y'all. And so please join me in welcoming the state's only openly LGBTQ plus appointed state official under the Ag Commissioner's Office, Nathan Brummer.
My name is Nathan Brummer. I use he, him pronouns. I am not only our state's only statewide LGBTQ advocate, I am also an openly proud trans man. I think there might be some in the state that don't know that yet, but, well, we'll find out. I am so proud to represent our community in Tallahassee, in and around the state, and what I do every day is advocate. And that's what I'm going to talk about, because Arlo, I know, did an amazing job representing the truth as trans men, as transgender folks, as non-binary, as genderqueer, as gender non-conforming humans, what our needs are, and where we might have some gaps. I'm born and raised in Florida, in the Tampa Bay area. My mother was a practicing OBGYN, started practicing early in the 60s, was one of the first female physicians in Tampa Bay, the first on staff at Tampa General Hospital. And I grew up hearing stories about what medical emergencies were
She's like, I'm so happy. I have the whole Seattle Police Department here to protect me. I am so cool.
Most of all, because my God is righteous. There's none like my God. There's none like anyone like Jesus. Hallelujah.
Following this little fashion. So funny.
The Bible says for all have sinned.
When they could be out fighting crime in the community.
The Bible also says, for the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life, and you make eternal life by yourself. It's up to you to decide. But
Shut the fuck up!
consequences.
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!
Meaning that your sin will follow you for the rest of your life. And you won't be able to erase it. It will always follow you wherever you go. The oppression that you committed will always follow you for the rest of your life. And you will always go back to that one moment in time, thinking about what could have happened if you chose not to commit that abortion. To all those that burden their own lives, God have mercy on you. God have mercy on you. And know this, that Jesus Christ is coming back soon. And He's going back really soon. And know this, that Christians will
I want to real quick give those marching orders, pun intended. So we already have our team preparing the front of the march, basically facing the Grand Bohemian Hotel. We're going to be walking down Orange Avenue and just follow our lead of when to take the turn to the courthouse. And so I ask that you wait for all of our speakers to get to the front of the march before we begin. We're going to go ahead and get that staged. But for everyone's safety, we have closed the roads, and so these are our streets. Whose streets are these? All right, just making sure. And so with that, please join me in welcoming one of our coalition partners, Florida Rising, who helps to lead on housing justice work, on economic justice work, and of course reproductive justice. And so, Beth Carpenter, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Anna. Hey guys, I am just a middle-aged, middle-class white woman with no personal story of abortion. However, I will share with you, my pronouns are she, they, and I recently found out that my sister, who votes for the other side and has since disowned me because I vote blue, has had an abortion. Isn't that great? But you know what? I'm not bitter. I am very happy she had that choice. And I'm happy that I had the choice to have children when I wanted to have children. I have my daughter here who is the age, right about the age I was when I had her, and I want her to have those choices too. Absolutely. That's right. It's insane that we have to still be here fighting this. But we all know that this isn't the only thing that we are fighting. This is the first thing. Next is birth control. Next comes same-sex marriage, and the most of my friends are in the LGBT community, and thankfully they are married at this point. Next comes interracial marriage. Guys, you know what we need to do? We need to get out and vote blue. Every single election from here out, when I say blue in, you say 2022. Blue in. 2022. Blue in. 2022. Blue in. 2022. Let's fight. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Beth. I want to recognize one of our other candidates who's here, Ms. Natalie Jackson, who is running for Congressional District 10. So get to know your candidates, y'all, because we do need to vote for the right candidates, and we got to make sure that even our Democrats are good on this issue. We got to make sure we hold everyone accountable. And so with that, y'all, we're ready to start our march, but real quick, I just want to reiterate our gratitude to everyone who came out here today. This is an incredible crowd. It's absolutely inspirational to see in moments of action that folks show up. But again, we are here to fund abortion, to vote for abortion, and to protect abortion. And so don't lose sight of these action items. We cannot solve this crisis or ensure reproductive justice for all with a burst of energy or enthusiasm. It has to be a consistent persistence for something greater than ourselves. And so don't just mobilize, organize, and share your stories. 1 in 4 American women and pregnant people have had an abortion in this country. We need to uplift those stories and help break the stigma. Democrats who are in office must use their power and their votes, and they need to inspire us to come out and support them by standing with us on these issues. Give folks a reason to vote. We can't just be against something, we have to be for something. And so that means supporting state laws. Our state constitution in Florida has a right to privacy. That is something that anti-abortion extremists have tried to eliminate for generations. Protect the right to privacy in our state constitution. Let's help to ensure that we pass the Women's Health Protection Act, which I don't have to tell y'all this, but in this November, we have Senator Marco Rubio on the ballot and Governor Ron DeSantis. And just imagine the type of power we could have with veto power in the governor's office. Imagine the type of proactive legislation we could pursue, like comprehensive sexual health education, like advancements on Title IX, on efforts to ensure that survivors have access to resources, and to ensure that if you want to become a parent, that you have the financial support to do so. We can pass those policies, and we gotta vote for the right elected officials. And folks don't know who their state government is or what they do, and we have to change that. We have to talk about this everywhere and help folks understand that this system was built for them not to be a part of it. But guess what? We're fucking here. And so even if the system wasn't built for us, we're gonna make it work for us. We're gonna dismantle it and rebuild it by getting out the vote and ensuring that no person is left behind. Generations before us have fought tirelessly to gain and protect the rights that we have today, and we will not back down. We're gonna fight to make sure that everyone has the power to control their bodies, their lives, and their futures. And we deserve elected officials at all levels of government, including the courts, to believe in those values as well. We're gonna keep fighting in every country, in every state, in this nation, in every courthouse. Nothing will stop us. So with that said, y'all, onward for reproductive justice and freedom. And let's get this march started. Give me 1 second to get all of our speakers to the front. And actually, I don't know if folks got any sample chants, but let me do a quick walk down while I have you. You got a chant? What is it? I love it. I love it. To that point, I encourage folks to get creative with all of your chants, and I see some amazing signs out there too. So real quick, y'all, let's do a quick practice run for our first timers. So when I say bands off, you say our bodies. Bands off? Our bodies. Bands off? Our bodies. All right, that was beautiful. When I say abortion, you say justice. Abortion! Justice! Abortion! Justice! Abortion! Justice! All right, how about this one? What do we want? Abortion access. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Abortion access. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Abortion access. When do we want it? Now. All right, all right. How about this one? When trans lives are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. When black lives are under attack, what do we do? All right, I think you're all ready. Let's get this started.
Highly repressive, patriarchal societies, very much dominated by the Catholic Church. Yeah. And the women there, they'd had enough. They'd had enough of the death, of watching their friends die, of being forced to have children against their will. That is fascist violence. It's a beautiful thing to have a child when it's a wanted child. But it is a fucking horror if you are forced to have a child against your will. It is a violent assault on our bodies that is no different than rape. And so the women in these countries, they stood up. They tried to fight it a bunch of different ways. Through the legislature, going to the rulers, legal cases, all of these different things. And then at a certain point, they decided, no, it's intolerable. They didn't even know that they could win. They didn't even know if this would work. That wasn't even the fucking point. They just decided, like what was said by Penelope. This is unacceptable, and we will not live this way. And they got into the streets not just one time, but over and over and over again. And they took up the green bandana. And they called on everybody to wear green. The antis were wearing light blue. They created a situation where in their society, everybody had to take a side. Visibly. It impacted all spheres of their society, up and down. By coming back day after day, spreading the green, coming back with courage and determination, they created a political crisis on the ground. That every institution up to the very top had to reckon with. And the thing that came into question was their legitimacy and their right to rule. And it became a question that if they were not going to decriminalize abortion, their society was going to be prevented from functioning at all. And that is what we mean by the green wave. That is what we mean when we were doing that chant. If we don't get it, shut it down. That's what it's going to take. We have 2 days, a national action that's coming up. We're going to put the Google Drive document of this flyer that advertises that and a poster. We need you to be a part of putting these everywhere and spreading this. Our next date is this Thursday, May 19th. A national green up. Spread the green. Go get fabric at a fabric store. Paint things green. Chalk green. Put it everywhere. Put bandanas around statues. Put giant bandanas around statues. Like that. This is happening nationwide. Think big. Students and youth are going to walk out of school. You can join them. You are invited onto campus at Red Square at the University of Washington this Thursday at 12 noon. And then we're going to hit the streets and go downtown together. Yeah. And give it up for the student organizers who called this. Leading the way 26, it's a day to shut it down nationwide. At noon, we're calling on you. Leave work, leave school, converge in the streets, no business as usual. Again, 12 noon at the University of Washington is one place, but there needs to be more places. We need to go downtown. We need to shut down the core, the downtown core by our sheer numbers, by our relentless protest. Are you going to be there? All right, let's take this out with our stand. This needs to be the dividing line. If you are not taking action to stop this, then you are accepting a future of female enslavement. You are accepting a future of pregnant people being forced to have children against their will. Bring this out to everybody. I think someone else already talked about talking to your friends. I think that was Kara, yeah? Okay, right on. I don't have to repeat all that again. So let's take this out together. Stay here if you want to talk to organizers. Come to the table over there. Come and talk to the student organizers here. We are so glad you're here. Let's go forward. Let's go forward. If you took video, oh yeah, I don't want to forget this. If you took video or photos today, please tag us 2 different places, at Rise for Abortion Rights and at Refuse Fascism Seattle. At Rise for Abortion Rights with the number 4 and at Refuse Fascism Seattle. You can be a part. That makes a big difference in spreading the word. All right, let's do that chant. Let's take it out. Here's the dividing line, everybody. Overturn Roe! Hell no! Overturn Roe! Hell no! If we don't...
It's low battery, just in time.
My charger's right here. What the hell?
We're all streaming. I was trying, but the thing kept moving around me. I'm like, no,
it's
stop moving. I didn't want to stop it. We're going to burn the motor out, you know? Yeah, exactly.
No, this thing can be kind of tricky, that's for sure.
We made Matthew and them go home. They had to leave.
Yay!
The police made them leave.
Yay!
For once, we finally booted their asses out. Alright, show up to our next fucking protest. Hey, Dad, you want to smoke?